Fate vedere. Ovdje samo promijeni postoje. Ti meni ovo flash uređaj dao već. Ti ovo meni flash uređaj dao, jesi? To je flash kod ovoga. Šta je tamo? Ja. Evo ga. A ja, mislim da ti ova, regija, da, ja samo ne znam gdje ćemo mi mikrofon da stavimo. Mikrofon, niće zato što nemaš mjesta zbog ovog adaptera. Evo, a gdje ću mikrofon? Stavi goći. Ako ću krenući, ne znam. Vodi gdje poći. Splasne. To je to. Eto, to ćeš mikrofon. Daj sad. Da. Ajde, sviđu. Ja, mislim da sam taman malo, jel? Jel? Nisam. Evo ti sad sa svjetlom. Evo ti bez svjetla. Evo ti sa svjetlom, Nikola. Idi na kompjuter tamo, Nikola. Evo ti sa svjetlom, evo ti bez svjetla. Sa? Odlično bez, jel? Dobro. Mora ovaj kabel da pada. Na laptop. the microphone like so, and right.
Am I audible?
What not really. I mean, the sound people will be
Formosa. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you on behalf of the Institute of Advanced Studies at the University of Montenegro to today's conference titled "The Dynamics of Secularism, Anti-Clericalism, Theology, and Science in Southeastern and Central Europe." Um, as you may have noticed, the panels in this conference are rather short. So I will aim to be commensurably concise, and I will just say a few words. That today's conference is a capstone event of a 2-year research project called Beyond the Anticlerical Paradigm, Rethinking Secularism in Contemporary Montenegro. This project is conducted by our institute at the University of Montenegro and is supported by the University of Oxford through a generous grant by the John Templeton Foundation. Our project is built around the need to rethink and reflect on concepts such as secularism, secularity, secularization, and desecularization, all within Montenegro's unique sociopolitical and cultural context. This initiative was inspired in great part by the major political changes that our country experienced 4 years ago. As you might be aware, maybe in 2020, Montenegro has, for the first time in its history of multi-party rule, changed its government via elections. This was a profoundly consequential event, informing much of our political reality today. And unexpectedly, nobody would have guessed that a pivotal role in this process was played by the Serbian Orthodox Church. Now, we felt that the political developments of 2020 had fundamentally disrupted something that we try to call the anti-clerical paradigm from the title, namely a conception of secularism that is inherently hostile towards religion. For decades, this anti-clerical paradigm has dominantly shaped how our society understood the role of religion in the public sphere, how it understood the relationship between religion and science, the proper extent of religious organizations' involvement in political processes and electoral processes, and so forth. Um, so, for instance, what does it mean to say that religious organizations are separate from the state? Should secularism be about protecting religious freedom from the state and from state persecution, or should it be about limiting religious influence in the public sphere? Is religious or like religious inspired argumentation admissible in public discourse? And if so, under which conditions is it admissible? Uh, During Montenegro's political transition from 2020 to 2023, we observed a significant shift in how our society in Montenegro understood and approached these questions. And our goal was to explore the new possibilities that emerged from this shift of perspective. Today's conference represents our best effort to systematically rethink these issues, and we are grateful to all of you for your willingness to join us in this endeavor by contributing your own unique insights and perspectives. Now, from the outset, it was clear to us that our inquiry would have to necessarily be methodologically eclectic. It would have to be conceptual as much as empirical, historical and sociological as much as philosophical or rooted in political theory. Um, we believe that this kind of idea is reflected in the diversity of the profiles of participants in today's conference. And we try to reflect that in the selection of our guest speakers and of our distinguished lecturers. In June this year, our institute was happy to host Professor Richard Swinburne from the University of Oxford, who gave a lecture on the existence of God from a rather philosophical angle. And earlier this month, we welcomed Professor Grace Davey from the University of Exeter, who discussed the changing socio-political and sociological context of religion in modern Europe. Within this conference, we have envisaged 3 more such lectures. to be delivered by Professors Hugh MacLeod, Marco Ventura, and Saul Newman. I would like to wrap up these remarks by introducing the first of our three distinguished speakers, Professor Hugh MacLeod. He is Emeritus Professor of History at the University of Birmingham, specializing in the religious history of the 19th and 20th century. His significant contributions to the field include serving as president of the Ecclesiastical History Society and the CIHEC, which is an international organization of historians of Christianity, as well as being elected fellow of the British Academy. Professor MacLeod's various editorial roles and his foundational work in the Routledge series, Christianity and Society in the Modern World, underscore his profound impact on ecclesiastical history and religious culture. Professor MacLeod will be speaking for approximately 45 minutes, after which the lecture will be followed by a 15 minutes Q&A. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Hugh MacLeod.
Well, thank you very much for those very kind words of welcome. Thank you for your invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you in Petrovac and also to be taking part in your project. I'm looking forward to many very interesting panels over the next 2 days. So, new paths of salvation in modern Europe, a religion of sport, ? The literature on secularization in modern Europe is now vast. Sociologists and historians have debated the meaning and validity of this concept, and even those, the majority who accept its validity, disagree completely about its chronology and causes. To start with chronology, you have at one extreme Alan Gilbert, who in his book, The Making of Post-Christian Britain, claimed that there is a continuous process of secularization which can be traced back to the 12th century. At the other extreme, Callum Brown, in his book, The Death of Christian Britain, argues that you cannot speak meaningfully of secularization before the 1960s. And of course, there are numerous alternative chronologies between these extremes. As regards causes, of course, most historians to some degree mix different kinds of causal factors, but most have a lead story, a key factor which they want to home in on. So one can speak, for instance, of religious approaches which see the main changes as happening within the religious world. They tend to particularly look at mistakes made by religious bodies in their response to social and political developments, which in their view have helped to precipitate secularization. One could speak of the intellectual approaches which focus on what the scientists or the philosophers or the biblical critic were saying, and see that as then being decisive for the wider impact within society. You can speak of political approaches which tend to highlight relations between church and state, anti-clerical movements, and so on. And of course, there are also sociological approaches which are naturally privileged by sociologists, but by some historians too, focusing either in important social, economic changes, the impact of industrialization and so on, or on such processes as functional differentiation. But there's some complicating factors. After all, most major historical questions are subject of intense debate. There's seldom a consensus, but there are, if you like, aggravating factors in the case of approaches to secularization. One of these is the emotional relationship which many historians of secularization have with their subject. To just take two contrasting examples, the American historian Brad Gregory, in his book, The Unintended Revolution, which argues that the Protestant Reformation was a key factor in secularizing processes in modern Europe, sees this as a disaster. On the other hand, Callum Brown, whom I already mentioned, thinks that secularization is one of the best things that ever happened. So there's this emotional relationship. And many historians and sociologists who write about secularization have some kind of polemical agenda. Just to take one example, Catholic historians writing about the problems which the Catholic Church experienced in the later 20th century tend to fall into two typical camps. Conservative Catholics are inclined to blame Vatican II and say that reform of the church went too far. Progressive Catholics tend to blame failure to fully implement the decisions of Vatican II. And I think one could say that polemical agendas are often visible in many other works on this subject. Anyway, in the rest of the paper, I want to move away from these debates in order to focus on forms of secularization which may have happened without anybody really intending it. Secularity without secularism. My suggestion is that in the 19th century and continuing into the 20th and the 21st, ways of thinking and behaving have emerged which, without intending any attack, have encroached upon the territory formerly occupied by a religion and have come to do for many people the same things which religion did, and thus to take some or even all of the place of religion in their lives. By a path to salvation, I mean a model of the good life, offering dignity, purpose, and fulfillment to the individual and a way forward for humanity. And while many people continue to find this in Christianity, Judaism, Islam, or more recently in Buddhism or Hinduism, a growing number of others have consciously or unconsciously gone down new paths. The most obvious example would be the many political movements which since 1789, the so-called Great French Revolution, have begun with a partly religious inspiration, but which over the course of time have come to focus entirely on their political objectives and to marginalize the original religious inspiration. That would be perhaps the most important example of what I'm talking about, but also some historians have shown how since the Romantic era, the arts and especially music have also operated in a similar way. They've looked at the cult surrounding Beethoven, Wagner, in more recent years, Elvis Presley, and seen this as something akin to a new religious movement. However, I want to look at a third example, the example of sport, which has had little attention from historians of religion, but which has grown to enjoy an ever greater role in 20th and 21st century societies. It has a broader appeal than politics or music, and is often celebrated or denigrated as the religion of the modern world. This has become common for newspapers and television commentators to speak of sport as a new religion, and indeed they often use a religious language. They like speaking of belief, of salvation, of redemption, of saviors, and even of crucifixions. But not only journalists, there are also many ordinary people who speak of sport as their religion. I want to show in this paper how this situation has come about, going back to the early years of the 19th century, and also to look at the strengths and the limitations of sport as a religion, and to consider the extent to which it has or has not replaced older forms of faith. So I'm going to begin about 1800. At this time, there was a clear divide between the sports of the elite and the sports of the mass of the people. For many of the aristocracy and members of royal families with huge amounts of leisure on their hands, hunting was the biggest thing in their lives. For the mass of the people, holiday times came much less frequently, often coinciding with religious festivals. But these were very often an occasion for sporting encounters, for football matches, for wrestling, for various sports involving animals. At this time, participants and spectators of this sport gained relaxation, enjoyment, perhaps prestige if they performed well, maybe a little bit of profit if they bet successfully on these sporting encounters. But nobody suggested that participating or watching sport made you a better person. The crucial new development in the 19th century was the claim that the practice of sport is not only fun, it is virtuous. This was the first step towards the claim that sport could be a new religion. Initially, the people influenced by these ideas were mainly men of the business and professional classes. But as standards of living increased and hours of work reduced from the later 19th century, men of other social classes and increasingly women too joined in. To show how the idea of religion, a religion of sport, developed from around 1800, I will look at 4 answers to the question, why does sport make you a better person? The first answer is sport makes you a better person because it equips you to defend your fatherland. This was the answer given by the founders of the German gymnastic movement, which started in Berlin around 1810. The context was the occupation by Napoleon's armies of most of Germany and the Prussian War of Liberation, which aimed to eject the French from German soil and which also was seen as part of a wider process of national awakening. The link between gymnastics and nationalism continued after the defeat of the French and then spread to other countries, often combined with rifle shooting and sometimes with other sports. Patriotic sport in Germany began with Protestants, but the movement had a strong secularist wing. In Ireland, patriotic sport was Catholic. The movement of muscular Judaism in Germany and Austria was founded by Zionists, who wanted to get Jews also involved with a mixture of national reassertion and sporting endeavor. In France, there were two sporting movements, one Catholic and the other Republican and often anti-clerical. However, in these examples, sport was subordinated to nationalism. From the later 19th century, however, we see sport increasingly valued as something at least potentially good in itself and conducive to the development of all sorts of excellent moral qualities. So this brings me to my second answer to the question, why does sport make you a better person? This was that sport makes you a better person because it builds character. This idea of character had its roots in the progressive educational ideas in Britain and the United States around the middle of the 19th century, and it was rooted in liberal Protestant theology, which stressed what they called practical Christianity. The idea was that sport brings moral development, moral benefits, and this became very influential in the elite schools in Britain and the United States from the 1850s and 60s, and from there it spread both to other countries but also to the education of the masses of the people, and became much more widely influential. Character was a key concept in the liberal Protestant thinking of the time. It denoted a combination of physical fitness and ability to endure pain with discipline, team spirit, and fairness. All of these qualities were thought to be bolstered by sport, and especially by team sports. It was football and cricket really above all, but other team sports, which what really were at the peak of sporting endeavor. Contemporaries called this muscular Christianity. Similar ideas were then taken to other parts of the world in the later 19th century by British and American missionaries and by such organizations as the Young Men's Christian Association, or the YMCA, as it's usually known. The pioneers of this sporting movement were mostly Protestant clergymen, and they saw it as underpinned by Christian ethics. But over time, these religious underpinnings often slipped into the background, and very soon some of these pioneers were complaining that sport itself was becoming a new religion. In more recent years, this trend has gone much further. A poll in Britain in 2019 found that in spite of the many scandals in the world of sport, the great majority of people agreed with the statement that sport is a force for good. And in 2002, a document on sporting policy produced by Tony Blair's government in Britain had made all sorts of ambitious claims about the benefits of sport for both individuals and for society. And more significant than the rhetoric of governments is the change in the practice of parents. To take again the example of Britain, the religious socialization which most children received up to the 1970s in church Sunday schools has been largely replaced by a sporting socialization. A major factor has been the scheduling of more and more sporting activities for children and young people on Sundays. Parents who moved their children from a church Sunday school to a football club in the 1970s and 80s justified the switch by saying that sport developed all sorts of admirable moral qualities. Secularism had no part in the trend, but one can see here an implicit secularity, according to which the function formerly assigned to church or synagogue of helping children grow up into morally aware and public-spirited adults has been taken over by sport. This brings us to the third answer to the question, why does sport make you a better person? This was that because sport contributes to peace and international understanding. This was the claim made by the Baron Pierre de Coubertin, the French founder of the modern Olympics. He was instrumental in the holding of the Athens Olympics in 1896, and since then the Olympics have been held every 4 years when not prevented by war or pandemic. Coubertin, in fact, was influenced very much by the British and American educational ideas that I was just mentioning, and he traveled to Britain and the United States in order to learn about them at first hand. However, he took these ideas much further than the British and American pioneers had done. Coubertin claimed that Olympism, as he called it, was a religion, and the many rituals surrounding the games were intended to emphasize this religious dimension. So maybe Coubertin was the first person actually to say explicitly that sport was a new religion. Others perhaps had behaved as if this were true, but they perhaps not said it. Indeed, he thought that Olympism was the first truly international religion, and that it had the capacity to unite humanity. There are obvious affinities here with other movements around the year 1900 intended to promote international understanding. I suppose the most obvious parallel was the language of Esperanto, which was invented at just about the same time. There's also affinities with the various so-called religions of humanity, which were being devised around that time, beginning with Auguste Comte's positivism. The current version of the Olympic Charter no longer defines Olympism as a religion. It calls it now a philosophy of life, committed to promoting a peaceful society concerned with the preservation of human dignity. Now, this might be dismissed as a rhetoric of self-justification by the Olympic movement. What is more remarkable is the way in which some of those in positions of political power have tried to use sport in pursuit of similar objectives. And this is a theme which I'll return to later in my paper. But meanwhile, I'll go on to my fourth answer to the question, why does sport make you a better person? We're looking now at the religion of running, which had its origins in the United States in the later 1960s, but then spread to many other countries. The fourth answer to the question is, running makes you a better person, not only because it keeps you fit, but because it enables you to find your own path, unfettered by institutions and dogmas. There is obvious affinities here with other movements around that time, the New Age and alternative spiritualities, which flourished in the 1960s and 70s. Some runners simply enjoyed the free movement and the sense of being at ease with their own body. Some experienced feelings of oneness with nature and the universe. Some prayed or meditated as they ran. Whereas 19th century educationalists had seen special value in team sports, the new generation of runners in the 1970s were attracted by the individualism of their sport. The German historian Jürgen Marchukat roots this passion for running in the interaction between two, in many ways, different currents of ideas flourishing in the 1960s and 70s. On the one hand, the counterculture, with its cult of individual freedom, and on the other hand, neoliberalism, with its emphasis on individual responsibility and reward, and its optimistic view of what the unfettered individual can achieve. I mentioned earlier the use of religious language when talking about sport. Thus, some runners speak of their conversion to running. As in a religious conversion, there is a before and an after, an old way of life left behind and a new way joyfully accepted. To quote one example, the British author Jamie Doward has described his conversion to running as a way out of the prolonged depression which followed the death of his mother. And he goes on to say that running brings a sense of inner peace and the recalibration of our souls. This, he says, is the secular equivalent of the Sunday service. The marathon is modernity's equivalent to the medieval pilgrimage. There's also a fifth kind of sporting religion, though of a rather different kind. It involves not playing, but watching a sport. When someone says that sport is their religion, it most often means that they are a devoted fan of a football club. Fandom has its roots in the 1890s, when shorter hours of work enabled many working class men and boys in Britain to spend their Saturday afternoon watching their local football team. Since then, it has grown to become a worldwide phenomenon involving men of all social classes and women too, though not as many women as men. It involves a transfer to modern, urbanized and commercialized societies of older traditions of sporting rivalries between neighboring villages or between parishes within the same town. In earlier times, these were played out on occasional holidays, but now they could be played out every Saturday afternoon. While it most commonly concerns football, it can include, for example, enthusiasts for baseball in the United States, for ice hockey in Canada, for cricket in India, and so on. While few would claim that watching football makes them a better person, it does offer a salvation of a kind. Support for a club offers a very strong identity, for many people their strongest identity, and it offers a collective salvation based on unwavering devotion to the club and kinship with thousands of fellow believers. Sometimes sporting identities can be intertwined with religious identities, as with the Polish football fans who make pilgrimages together to Marian shrines, with the Jewish supporters of London's Tottenham Hotspur, or with the Jewish players and supporters of Hapoel the famous Jewish football team in 1920s Vienna. One could also mention the rivalry between Glasgow's two leading teams, the Protestant Rangers and the Catholic Celtic. More often, the club has no religious or political significance, but fans either choose the local team or they choose a team because of its international fame and outstanding players. The most vivid reflection of devotion to the club and the sacredness, the word that's often used, of their territory, is the frequency with which fans ask that after their death, their ashes should be scattered over the ground of their favourite football club, or as close to the ground as is permitted. It can take more extreme forms, this devotion to the club. It can lead sometimes to murders, suicides, and even divorces. I remember watching a television documentary entitled "Is Football a Religion?", which included an interview with a supporter of Portsmouth Football Club, who said that his devotion to his team had led to the breakup of his marriage, his former wife having declared that it was like having another woman in their relationship. I want to go on to look at claims that sport has replaced older forms of religion in the modern world, and that sport itself might be regarded as a new religion. The American sports historian Alan Gutman wrote in 1978 an influential overview of Western sport from ancient Greece to the present day. His thesis was neatly summed up in his title, From Ritual to Record. The ancient Olympics in Greece were held in honor of the god Zeus. The modern Olympics, he claimed, are completely secular. They're all about national prestige and individual records. However, although I have suggested that sport has in some ways contributed to secularization, the relationship between sport and religion in the modern world is more complex and many-sided than Gutman's scheme allows. And while sociological theories of differentiation in modern societies sometimes suggests a compartmentalization in terms of which religion has little influence in other areas of life, there are frequent contacts between the worlds of religion and of sport, and both religion and sport make use of one another. Religious leaders have often been ready to promote sport, and the sporting world has often welcomed, perhaps encouraged, this support. Popes, for instance, give their blessing either to sport in general or to specific events and locations. None did so more enthusiastically than Pope John Paul II. In 2000, John Paul was invited to address participants in the Giro d'Italia, which began in Rome in that year. He warned against the abuses of sport, but went on to declare that when played in the right way, sports are an extraordinary expression of a person's best inner energies. Similarly, in 2019, the Church of England designated the Bishop of Derby, Libby Lane, as its bishop for sport, with a job of coordinating the church's programme of sport and well-being. In Britain and Ireland, the clearest embodiment of this mutually supportive relationship was the sportsmen's services held in churches of most Protestant denominations from the 1890s to the 1970s. These were most often organised by clergymen, but sometimes by the local sporting bodies. And from the later 19th century onwards, priests and Christian youth leaders played a major role in the rapid spread across Europe of clubs for sports, especially football. Just to give a few examples from Britain, many of the most famous football clubs of today have religious origins. For example, as well as Glasgow Celtic, founded by Catholics, Aston Villa and Everton were founded by Methodists, and Southampton, Wolverhampton Wanderers and Manchester City by the Church of England. Priests and youth leaders did this partly as a way of attracting young people to the church, but also because they saw sport as one of God's good gifts to humanity. That was also the idea inspiring William Manning, the Episcopal Bishop of New York, who in 1926 installed in his cathedral colourful stained glass windows depicting aspects of human achievement. These included motherhood, medicine, and music, but also sport. So there were windows depicting baseball, rowing, and other sports. Meanwhile, athletes and sports administrators have often made use of religion. Many sporting stars, especially in the USA, have drawn strength in their difficult profession from their religion. In the 1970s, the American evangelist Billy Graham even claimed that there were more born-again Christians in sport than in any other profession. Most famous example perhaps might be the Italian cyclist Gino Bartali. One Italian historian has spoken of Bartali's near canonization by the Catholic Church. His role was perhaps particularly prominent because in the 1930s, he was the Catholic champion vis-a-vis the fascist sporting heroes touted by Mussolini. And in the 1940s and 50s, he was the Catholic champion vis-a-vis the communist football star, cycling stars of that era. 3 British Olympic gold medalists illustrate the different ways in which religion has connected with their sport. The triple jumper, Jonathan Edwards, saw his fame as an athlete as a platform from which to proclaim his evangelical Protestant faith. He described himself as a witness to God in running shoes. The long-distance runner, Mo Farah, is a Muslim, and he says that his reading of the Quran gives him the discipline which elite sport requires, and it enables him to calm his nerves before important races. And as a third contrasting example, the swimmer Adam Peaty converted to Christianity during the periods of depression and self-doubt common to many top-level athletes. It's interesting to note that the rugby star Johnny Wilkinson, during a similar phase in his career, converted to Buddhism. And the American swimmer Simone Mantell illustrates another example of the role of their religion in the lives of elite athletes. Being a sporting star can be psychologically challenging, especially if, like Mantell, you're a black athlete in what's traditionally regarded as a white sport. And on winning a gold medal at the Rio Olympics, she spoke not only about what she owed to Jesus, but also about the support which she'd received from her Baptist church back in Texas. Not only athletes, but sports managers and administrators draw on the resources of religion, recognizing the mental as well as physical toll of elite sport. Most major football clubs in England have a chaplain. And since 1988, the organisers of the Summer Olympics have always provided a team of chaplains. At Paris in 2024, there were 120, representing 5 religions. So, religion and sport are often working together, but in other ways they can be rivals. Most obviously, there is competition for the use of time, especially at the higher levels. But also for the committed fan, sport is very time-consuming. The religion of sport also has both a social, political, and a role for individuals in the contemporary world. Beginning with the social, political role, the ever-increasing diversity of modern societies is a crucial factor in the special standing that sport has come to achieve. Certainly in most European countries, but in many other parts of the world, most countries include both a diversity of religious denominations, many people who have no religion, and also religions brought from other parts of the world by migrants, so that the multi-faith society has become normal in many parts of the world. In times of war, politicians, however irreligious they may be at other times, tend to turn to more traditional kinds of religion because of their unique power to proclaim the sacredness of the national cause and to inspire self-sacrifice. At other times, however, they may prefer to turn to sport. It's seen as one of the few things that transcend differences of religion, politics, ethnicity, or social class. When a president or prime minister attends church, they may attract praise from those who share his or her religious convictions, but also criticism from those who do not. When they attend a football match, it is completely uncontroversial, even if, like Angela Merkel or Boris Johnson, they had no previous interest in the sport. Nelson Mandela, on the other hand, was seriously interested in sport, and he saw it as having a unique power to unite a deeply divided country. He tried to use support for South Africa's football, rugby, and cricket teams as a means of uniting his country across the boundaries of race and ethnicity. In a ringing statement of faith, he declared, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair." How far sport can ever work such social political miracles is open to debate, but politicians keep hoping that it can. Sociologists and political scientists contributing to a book called Sport in Divided Societies, published in 1998, were more skeptical. The chapter on South Africa noted the nationwide celebrations of South Africa's victory in the 1995 Rugby World Cup, but they also noted that the political and social and racial divisions in South African sport very soon came to the fore again. Moving on to individuals, the religion of sport has both strengths and limitations. It is the biggest thing in many people's lives. And when people say that is their religion, that is often what they mean. The powerful source of identity conferred by sporting fandom has already been mentioned. Participation in sport can also bring strong friendships with teammates and sometimes with opponents too. Important sporting encounters can be occasions of intense excitement and emotion for the committed fan, and it is this which some observers describe as religious. So I think that is misleading. The parallel would apply to some kinds of evangelical worship, but in other kinds of faith, religion tends to be woven into the fabric of their daily life rather than being felt through more occasional times of intense emotion. And for some people, sport is simply the best that they have. Thus, the British comedian David Baddiel says that he would like to believe in God, but since he does not, Chelsea Football Club has to fill the hole in his life. On the other hand, there are many things which religions in the conventional sense of the term try to do, which sport cannot. Sport cannot offer explanations of why the world is as it is and how it might be changed for the better, and it cannot offer individuals guidance on the difficult choices which we all face. It should be noted that some entirely secular worldviews, such as communism, fascism, or humanism, also try to do these things. And for this reason, they have often taken the place of Christianity, Judaism, or Islam in people's lives, while sport, with its more limited scope, is less able to do this. Thus, while there are many people who say that sport is their religion, and others who behave as if it is not surprising that there are also many for whom sport, religion, and indeed politics all have important but essentially different roles in their life. In conclusion, sport has a privileged position in contemporary societies, and this is likely to continue, not only because many people enjoy it, but also because the practice of sport is seen as virtuous, and moreover it is strongly encouraged both by parents and by governments, and sporting events get saturation coverage in TV and the press. But it is unrealistic to claim that sport makes people more moral or that it can unify divided societies. Sport has become a religion in the sense that it is the most important thing in many people's lives and fulfills some of the same social functions as religions do. But it is a religion in a much more limited sense than Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, or indeed in such secular worldviews as Marxism or humanism, and it is not likely to replace them.
Professor, are we audible? Okay, thank you very much for the lecture. We're moving to the Q&A session, and I would like to, if I may, kick off this part of the panel by asking you a sort of clarification.
Yes.
Do you consider bodybuilding a sport, and how much of your I'm curious to learn how much of your argument applies to these kind of the realm of fitness and extreme fitness, because it seems to me that while fitness lacks this kind of communal aspect that football might have, so much of it is about kind of personal development, and it's also very holistic. It's, to be fit, you cannot just exercise; you have to eat in a certain way and sleep in a certain way. You just kind of devote your whole life to it. We had Grace Davy previously, who spoke of believing without belonging.
Oh, yeah.
And I wonder whether that might apply to fitness in this analogy of a surrogate religion. What do you think
Yes.
about it?
Yes. I mean, I think I think the same things I was saying about the religion of running. I mean, I was really sort of prompted to this by reading an article in the American magazine Running World, I think it's called, or Runner's World, which was entitled simply "Is Running a Religion?" And many readers apparently say that it is. And I think probably in the same sense you could speak of the cult of fitness generally, including bodybuilding. So it's got the same limits, but also some of the same attractions of something like running, and it's inspired by similar ideas of a kind of, you can save yourself. You don't need a religious or political ideology out there. You've got the resources within you, and it's your fault if you fail to exploit them to the full.
Thank you. So, I'm actually, thank you very much for your lecture. Thank you, sir. It was really insightful. And it brought me back memories when I once saw an image on the internet, and it was two elderly women, and one was a lady, as you would imagine, a classical lady dressed in a nice dress, sitting next to a window, looking, drinking a tea, and it was a very idyllic and nice image. But the other was a lady of the same age, pumping muscles, being very active, and the question was, it's up to you, how do you want to look like in your 80s? And I would like, why? I would much rather have this idyllic life in my 80s than run around and so on. But then it brought me, the question was, which you already said, at this moment, is this how to save yourself? And this maybe frenzy with the longevity. It's like maybe a fear of death which drives those people, like if I work out, if I am fit, then I will live longer. In some way, I will avoid the death, which I think is a driving fear for most of those people. And in that analogy, and you already said it, it is not answered by sport, only by religion. And I think it is a really driving factor. So maybe your insight on this stream. So,
Yes, I think that's part of it. It's, if you like, people probably everybody wants a sense of purpose in their life, and all right, many people get it through a religion in the conventional source or through their political commitments. Others who, for whatever reasons, are not attracted by those may find it in prolonging their life for as long as possible, and the sense of pride, feeling that you are a good person because how much more virtuous you are than the people who spend all their life drinking beer or eating chocolate, and who die at 60, whereas I can live to 100. And I think it does give people a sense that they're not just living, they're doing something. And I think that's a pretty important human need.
thank you, Hugh, for your inspiring presentation. Sport has, of course, the very role in our society has been discussed the craze. In German, we would say Ersatzreligion, sort of semi-religious thing. But the argument depends on what we understand or what you understand under religion. And classically, we have these two definitions. One is substantial, where you have you need something transcendent. And is it better now? You need some transcendence, some divine subject. And the other one is a functional definition, religion produces identity. It gives you some sense of life. It has a spiritual dimension, and all these things you can find. Yes, some of these functional elements you can find in sports, but also in metal music, in political ideologies like socialism, National Socialism, and so on. So um, I wouldn't take these religious semantics too serious. If they say, Toni, du bist ein Fußballgott, you know, the goalkeeper in Germany in 1954, in the Wunder, in the Miracle of Bern, and so on. It's just metaphors. It's just semantics. I wouldn't identify sport and religion because those who practice sports also at the same time go and practice their religion. They go to church and so on. One is not the substitute of the other. So my question is, your approach is based on which definition of religion?
Yes, okay. Well, my response to this is that I don't personally regard sport as a religion. I think I was saying at the end that that, for instance, Marxism or humanism could be seen as equivalent to a religion because they offer a worldview and an answer to crucial questions about why the world is as it is and how you should live in it. According to my personal view of what is necessary to be a religion, sport doesn't qualify. However, as a historian, I'm interested in the question of why so many people say it is. And I suppose we're getting into perhaps these functional definitions, that it does perform for many people the same functions as Christianity or Marxism might do for other people. And as you say, it's quite possible to be a devout, like the examples I gave, a devout Christian, Muslim, Jew, and also be a fanatical sports person. But it probably doesn't have quite such a central role in your life as if you, like the comedian I mentioned, who believed in football because he doesn't believe in God. It doesn't have quite the same role, but the two can coexist quite happily for many people. But for some of the reasons I suggested, I would say that there is a large category of people for whom it operates as something akin to a religion, even if it wouldn't fit my own definitions.
Thank you very much for your lecture, Professor McLeod. My name is Marietta van Uttel. I'm joining from the UK. I think my question is about sort of the inner masculinity of some of the things that you're talking about, not just as masculinity, but religion and sports both as expressions of, yes, making yourself better, but also making yourself better than somebody else. And that, to me, makes me think of women's sports that is often seen as second rate, or the sports that is exercised by disabled people, like the Paralympics, again, kind of third rate sports. Like, it's really not regarded on the same level. And I wonder if we can do more with that sense of superiority that was inscribed in religion as well as in sports, and from there perhaps come to consider some of the more contemporary expressions of this in the Andrew Tates and the Jordan Petersons of this world, in which again the sort of masculinity, language of superiority is inscribed into this idea of fitness and other forms of sort of being a right kind of man. I'm just wondering if you would entertain that as a continuation of some of the things that you were saying, particularly in relation to the first and the second points that you were making.
Yes. I'm sorry that I didn't catch all of your question. I don't know, would it be possible just to sort of just give the sort of key points of the question again? I'm sorry that it's the defects of my hearing, I guess. Yeah.
The connection between religion and sports as a form of being better than somebody else, being superior,
Yes.
that tied into masculinity and in comparison with women, in comparison with disabled people, and so on, and the connection in the contemporary context of the Andrew Tate and Jordan Petersons of this world, in which again that masculinity and superiority comes into play. That is the core of my question. If you could work with me in that sort of train of thought.
Yes. Well, certainly historically, sport has been very closely linked with masculinity, and to some extent that continues. I'm not sure that the wider question of perfecting your body, of having a very strong competitive drive, the will to win, I think it's probably present in all kinds of sport, and I think it's just as much present in women's sport or disabled sport as in men's sport. Although, clearly, again, particularly certain sports like rugby, for example, have become historically particularly closely associated with masculinity, but are now played by quite a lot of women as well. And yes, I'm not sure that I've completely managed to focus on the issue. Would you just like to come back on that?
If I could come back to the masculinity issue as a form of superiority in and of itself, like
Yes.
think in a history of sort of who is man, who is humankind, like the
Yes.
recognition of women even as sort of fully human, the recognition of disabled people or people of color as fully human, that all took a long time. And how do we make sense of sports being like religion, very male-centered in its manifestation, even today? And that's where I also was trying to make the link to sort of Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson again, as sort of this almost sacralization of masculineness.
Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. Well, thanks very much. I think I need to think about it more and perhaps maybe we could speak together sometime after the session.
And thank you all. I'm afraid we ran out of time for the Q&A, and I suggest we perhaps move some of the Q&A to the coffee break session.
Yes, certainly.
So the coffee break, we can go for the coffee break here on the bar and then we can also use the terrace because it's quite nice weather. So half an hour.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first panel, um, Exploring Secularism and Religion in Montenegro's Historical and Modern Context. I'm Nikola Zečević, and I'm research assistant at the University of Montenegro at the Institute for Advanced Studies, and I'll be moderating this session. So since we are short on time, I will move immediately to presenting the speakers. So the first speaker for today is Vuku Skokovic from European University Institute from Florence. And his presentation is titled Early Modern Secularism in Montenegro, the Spiritual and Temporal Divide in the Rhetoric and Praxis of Bishop Daniel of Cetinje. So Vuk, please take the floor.
Alrighty. Good day to you all. Very happy to be the first speaker of the first panel. To speak of secularism in early modern Montenegro, and in particular with relation to Bishop Daniel, would probably strike most people as very odd. Because early modern Montenegro is commonly understood in both kind of scholarly and popular perception to have been a sort of theocracy in a very loose sense of the word, but still a kind of theocracy where the bishop functioned as a kind of head of state, and by implications that there is this idea that early modern Montenegro was a kind of proto-state or an independent kind of entity. In most of these standard accounts, the bishop is described as a veritable prince bishop, so someone who actually had kind of dominion over the land. And what is more, in the 19th century, this particular bishop was credited with inaugurating fully fledged kind of program of national liberation and state building, and in no lesser works than in the Mountain Garland of Peter II, his successor in episcopacy, and in the works of Vuk Karadžić and Leopold Ranke, in actually one of the kind of founding texts of modern historiography. And the first kind of step of this program was a massacre of Montenegro's Muslim population, which was supposedly organized by Bishop Daniel. So given these standard narratives, how precisely can we talk about this nationalistic, murderous Prince Bishop as a practitioner and ideologue of secularism, as the title of my presentation suggests? But this presentation and the publication on which it is based actually aims at challenging this particular narrative about Daniel, and to present him as primarily a bishop who, by virtue of being a bishop, actually held a position of a unique, powerful, in fact, indispensable mediator on the Venetian-Ottoman borderlands in the early decades of the 18th century and the first 3 decades of the 18th century. And as such, Daniel was an ardent proponent of a very clear division between lords spiritual, such as he was, and lords temporal, such as the Venetian and the Ottoman state officials were. His agency on the turbulent frontier in both peacetime and wartime, as well as his rhetoric across all the decades of his episcopacy, point towards a lasting priority of the bishop's political kind of activity, and that was to preserve his spiritual episcopal authority and the boundaries of his diocese, which straddle the imperial border. And to that end, the bishop consistently intervened in secular affairs in order to safeguard his spiritual authority, and vice versa. He used his spiritual authority among his dioceses in order to intervene in secular affairs. And for him, insisting on this kind of clear-cut division between the two realms, the realm of spirit and the realm of flesh, was what we could call his secularist rhetoric. It was in fact a tool of his kind of intervention in the political affairs of the frontier. So in kind of putting forth this argument, I want both to challenge a well-established myth of Yugoslav scholarship, but also to kind of invite reflection on, in line with the kind of general theme of the conference, to invite reflection on, the very purpose that we kind of understand to be inherent in, you know, the idea, the concept of secularism. But, you know, before going on that path, I kind of just want to give a few kind of a general idea of the context of the Veneto-Ottoman early modern frontier, and in particular of the bishop's diocese, which in fact was more or less coextensive with the Ottoman Sanjak or province of Scutari, or as the Ottomans called it, Iskenderiyye. And this is actually the origin of the traditional Slavic name of the southern half of Montenegro, Iskenderiyye, a name that still features in the title of the Archbishop of Cetinje. So I think this is a point that is often overlooked. The bishop had a very specific jurisdiction that coincided with an Ottoman province. But to make matters a bit more complicated, he also held jurisdiction over a part of the Orthodox in the Venetian province of Albania Veneta, which comprised the kind of the thin coastal strip around Budva, Catharo, and Herceg-Novi. So there his jurisdiction overlapped with the jurisdiction of Catholic bishops, but also it was under another state. So Daniel always had this imperative of kind of safeguarding his episcopal rights on both sides of the border, and this is kind of what I argue the key, primary motivation of his political activity. And for example, already in his early career, which is kind of more poorly attested in the Venetian documentary sources, we kind of find him exercising this essential role of a cross-border mediator. So, for example, he's involved in the negotiations on the payment of the tribute to the Ottomans. He intercedes for his dioceses before both authorities, both the Venetians and the Ottomans. He brokers deals. He invites patronage from Venetian officials who come to govern the province. So he's very much involved on both sides of the border, so much as we can glean from the extant material, in a way that really makes completely unbelievable the claim that in this particular decade, the first decade of his episcopacy, he could have conducted a mass massacre of you know, privileged citizens of the Ottoman Empire. And apart from this kind of very clear interference in the affairs of the frontier, the bishop is also very consistent in his rhetoric about how he understands his own authority and how he understands the authority of the Ottoman and the Venetian state officials. He defines secular authority through the possession of arms and armies, of weapons. It's a kind of as possessing instruments of a violent justice for a very violent world, while on the other hand, which is something we would expect in any early modern bishop, he understands his authority as utterly pacific. It is meant to kind of bring peace and goodwill among men through preaching and the distribution of the sacraments. And this is kind of the idea of himself that Daniel is very careful to broadcast in all of his extant textual production. For example, in one of these letters, he speaks of how he practices his authority towards his diocesans, and he says, "We instruct them and reprimand them according to the law, but they take no account, and to us it is not given to raise arms against anyone, nor do we have an army to stop them in their wrongdoing. Our arms is the apostolic word of God." So he's very explicit, and it's not just one letter. Throughout his kind of extant textual production, he's always insisting on this demarcation between spiritual and the temporal realm. And often uses these kind of contrastive pairs of flesh and spirit, of sword and word, of violence and non-violence to kind of mark the two domains. And again, to quote from another very characteristic letter, he says, when he is asserting his jurisdiction over a monk who was denounced to secular authorities in Catharo, he says, "I should very much desire that no one meddle in this my business, as I do not meddle in the business of others." And then he evokes the image of the good shepherd who kind of lays down his life for his flock, etc. So there is this kind of persistent theme of projecting a very pacific, Irenic episcopal authority. But again, this is very much kind of in contrast to the bishop's actual involvement in frontier politics, not the least, for example, in the large-scale rebellion of the mountaineers of Herzegovina and Scutari in 1711, where the bishop was actually one of the ringleaders and warmongers of this rebellion. And this is often interpreted in historiography as a kind of as his commitment to the national cause, etc. But I would just kind of draw attention to several facts about the bishop's involvement in this pro-Russian rebellion. He was indeed very enthusiastic about it, but he was always very careful not to present himself as a leader of any sort. The leader was the Russian officer who came to kind of incite the rebellion. He was only the only rhetoric that he invoked was a rhetoric of a kind of crusader rhetoric. He was inviting his diocesans to take up arms for the cause of religion. And as for his national ideology, he again, expectedly from an early modern bishop, he basically expected Peter the Great to invade the Balkans, restore the medieval crowns and empires, and enter Constantinople. That was kind of Daniel's national ideology, and he again very explicitly writes about this in one of his letters. So again, even though he was very kind of intimately involved in things that he personally probably thought a bishop shouldn't do, such warfare, there was, it was still kind of framed within an ideology which he otherwise espoused, and that's the one that I sketched a bit earlier. So much about the bishop's kind of rhetoric and ideology, and I would also like to address his kind of consistent policy throughout the decades of his episcopacy, again in both wartime and peacetime, which was primarily guided by a need to safeguard his own authority and the borders of his diocese, again, which straddled the imperial border. So once this project of having an Orthodox emperor overtake the Balkans failed, the next best thing was for a Catholic monarch to invade it, but one who respected the rights of the Orthodox Church, and that was Austria, because Austria in 1691 gave these special privileges to the exiled Serb Patriarch Arsenius III, and these privileges were used by Daniel as template for his political kind of aspirations. So there was this Catholic monarchy which granted autonomy to Daniel's religious hierarchy, and he thought it would be best if the Austrians kind of what the Russians didn't do, the Austrians could do, and so he in 1716 basically put himself in the service of the Austrians. And again, this is during the so-called Second War of Morea, where with the hope that once the Austrians invaded, he would be granted his wish. This, however, didn't happen, so the bishop was constrained to work with the Venetians. And it is, again, it's very easy to trace what the whole matter for him was about. And that was basically obtaining the same kind of privileges that the Austrians had given to Arsenius III from the Venetian Senate. And this was the kind of the objective of his 1718 mission to Venice, where he was able to obtain these privileges, and the Venetian Senate explicitly cites the privileges of Arsenius III as the kind of it's a template for this particular arrangement. So the bishop was able to win through warfare this kind of the integrity of his bishopric. I was also hoping we would have the time, but we don't, to discuss how he pursued the same politics after the end of the war in the post-war period. But we can leave that for if anyone is interested for later. I just want to kind of come to the concluding point, which is which is that when we look at Daniel, rather than a national kind of proto-nationalist statesman who is building up a state in the mountains, he's actually a more or less typical early modern bishop who is primarily interested with defending the rights of his personal authority and the rights of his see. And he's doing this on a contested borderland where he actually needs to be actively involved in politics in order to achieve this goal. So for him, affirming the secular spiritual divide is actually a way of manipulating politics. And this is the kind of the general point I wanted to invite, and which has very little to do with Daniel, because again, I mean, if we put him in the context of his own time, you know, would we even call his ideology secularism? Probably not. But again, the point still stands. Like for him, invoking secularism was a very seditious strategy to further his own interests. So my kind of line of thinking that I would like to inspire is like, you know, not just to think of secularism as something negative, where we draw the lines of, you know, what's a proper bound of what are the proper bounds of the two realms, but rather what's the purpose of invoking this distinction? You know, to whom you know, does it serve and to what ends? So thank you.
Thank you for your really inspiring presentation. Our next speaker is Emil Hilton Sagao from Lund University, or more precisely, Center for Theology and Religious Studies. And the title of his chapter, or of his paper, is Nationalization of the Sacred, Paradigm to Understand the Role of Religion in the Public Sphere in Montenegro. So please take a floor.
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you for inviting me. It's a great opportunity to present some of my research, which goes into perhaps a more theoretical and theological sphere. But the main case studies are actually religion in Montenegro. And as Fede started to say, this clash between the Serbian Orthodox Church and the Montenegrin government, which has become the sort of cases that I used in this book called Nationalization of the Sacred. And the subtitle is perhaps a bit more relevant here in Montenegro because it is Orthodox Historiography, Memory and Politics in Montenegro. So the background of all of this is, of course, revival of religion in Eastern Europe after the fall of communism. And there is a lot of tracking about how that is taking place in Montenegro, the huge construction of cathedral and churches and monasteries across this small country, but also all of Eastern Europe. My good colleague Mirko Blagovic in Belgrade, he argued that looking on religion in former Yugoslavia from the 1980s until today, we see a desecularization. And he argues this desecularization is the intertwining of the religious and the political circles that takes place in the 1980s throughout the 1990s. Most crucial, Blagovic points to this as a clericalization of contemporary Serbian society. And he means by that the Serbian hierarchies, metropolitans, patriarchs, begin to take on a political role, much more vocally than they did during the Yugoslav time. So what is crucial in Blagovic's point is that we see the sacred return as a category in politics. And Emil Gentile has a great work in which he really puts very firmly into writing what this sacralization means. He argued that the sacralization is the glorification of the nation as the supreme ideal. And this glorification is perhaps most visible in former Yugoslavia in Milosevic's speech at Kosovo Polje back in 1989, where we see this, the church and the state works together to sort of elevate the nation to sort of a supreme ideal. Here we see the sacred return as a category in politics. However, one of the main arguments of the book is that we have to be afraid of not simplifying this process, this return of the sacred in Southeastern European politics. The problem is in most studies, we have a tendency to give a dominant position to politics. So religion is categorized according to politics, and religion becomes sort of just of a feature of the politics of the state. What as I argue in this book, religion has to be taken as an agent in its own. It has its own religious ideology. It shapes its own kind of infrastructure that governs everyday practice. So in order to understand this strategic infrastructure that church like the Serbian Orthodox Church in Montenegro is making, I propose 4 different routes. And the book is basically a study of those routes. To study it as the institutionalization, how the churches are reshaping itself as institution. but also more clearly how the restoration and rebuilding of sacred sites and buildings are taking place. If you take a drive around the coast of Montenegro, you will see this at every corner, new churches, new cathedrals. Go to Bar, there is a massive cathedral at the entrance to the city. And this comes closely with also the recovering and reclaiming of sacred materials and saints. So these plays together. And the last one is the use of old societal governance structures to sort of reframe the church. So those are the four routes that I propose. A good example of that is something called the Badnjak. In Cetinje, not far from here, on every Christmas, there's a burning of logs. And during this sort of Christmas rituals, the pro-Serbian and pro-Montenegrin groups will come and have their own ritual. And a lot of studies argue that this ritual is basically a continuation of the political infighting in Montenegro, which of course is true. But the problem is religion is also emptied as a category in such studies. As I would argue, religion's these infrastructures should be understood as a kind of stage. And the political infighting is, so to speak, the theater that takes place at this stage. But in order to understand the theater, you need to have a sort of sense for the stage it's taking part in. And I'm so happy, Vuk, that you did a presentation of Danilo, because it really highlights that Montenegro has deep religious roots, close intertwinement of state and religion that you need to understand in order to understand why the church plays such a role today. One of the reasons for that is if you only look on nationalism as a very narrow political context, you lose sight of how nationalism in former Yugoslavia, as Andrei Baruch-Washer points to, can be marshaled so effectively and easily. You need a state in order for a play to happen. You need the religious infrastructure in order to marshal a certain kind of religious nationalism. So what are then the deeper roots? In the book, I argue there are two deeper roots that are crucial to understand. One of them is the so-called Eusebian theology. And many of you would have heard of a variant of this as the symphonia, when the state and the church works closely together. According to the Ukrainian Orthodox theologian George Plorowski, this line of thinking can be attributed or found in the works of the church historian Eusebius from the 4th century, who argued that Constantine the Great, the emperor, was equal to the apostle. So in this Eusebian line of thinking, the state and the church works together towards one end goal. I'm not arguing that the Eusebian theology then lingers on for 1600 years without being changed, but there is a pattern of thinking, there is an argument that continues through the 1600 years and resurfaces today. The Eusebian is not the only one. Florowski also points to what he called the Athanasian, going to Athanasius the Great. In Athanasius' works, he rewrites church history as something deeply anti-state. They sit in a monastery in the desert and reject the emperor, they reject the state. Basically, as Athanasius would say, the church has only one loyalty, and that is towards God. So in Athanasian, you see a loyalty towards the divine and not towards the temporal, whereas the Eusebian is a loyalty also to the temporal. I often say that it is like a vertical and horizontal. Eusebian is power between men, and the Athanasian is the vertical, the power goes to God. So, jumping 1600 years into Montenegro, do we see this pattern here? Yes, of course we do. In the independent Montenegrin Orthodox Church, we see a resurfacing of some of the Eusebian arguments. There is a quote here from Goran Sekulovic, a spokesperson of the Montenegrin Orthodox Church, in which he identifies nation state and church as one unit, this Eusebian idea. They all work towards the same end goal. And then he has this beautiful quote that it create a holy and free Montenegrin trinity, a Montenegrin historical unity of people, state, and church. So when it comes to the Serbian, do they have an Athanasian or Eusebian one? In the book, I actually argued that they have an Athanasian one. They have an anti-state approach. And in the study, I studied these four theologians and their perception of history, state, and people. It says Southern Slavic and not Serbian because I don't want to go into the debate about Njegos' belongings. But at least Velmirovic, Popovic, and Filuradovic, who was the metropolitan of Montenegro, the Serbian one, represents a sort of Serbian kind of theology. For Velmirovic, who is one of the main proponents, he recreates something we can call an idea of a nation church, something that is larger than the state. And he called it, to be very precise, a theodulion, a servant of God. And he says this servant of God should unite the church leaders and should unite the people, not the state, and recreate Serbia as a true monastery. So in some sense, he is arguing that the church should be a people church and that it elevates beyond all these temporal things, the state of Yugoslavia, Montenegro, Serbia, whatever. These are temporal things. There exists something beyond it, this Theology, the uniting of a church and nation. We see it applied in Montenegro as well. These are two of the more modern recent saints of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Montenegro, Njegos on the one, and Jovan Vladimir on the other. Looking into the process of sanctification of these saints, we see this rebuilding of shrines. Here in Bar, for example, the cathedral to Jovan Vladimir, where there is a distinct language that says the state is just a temple thing, but we are recreating a church that is for the eternity. So these are not sort of patron of a nation state. These are patrons of a people church, something that goes beyond the state, goes beyond the temporal sphere. This is not just a rebuilding project. It is not just a project that takes shape in reclaiming saints and building cathedrals. It is also very much a movement in itself. And as Vera said, the strike and conflict between the Serbian Orthodox Church and the Montenegrin government in 2019 and 2020 really highlighted how this idea of a people church looks. This is the funeral of Metropolitan Amfilohim Radovic in 2020. And it's not just a funeral, it's a spectacle. It is a complete show. And in it, you see that how the religious tone and the sacralization of this church goes beyond being just a church. You know, normal funerals is just a liturgy. This is a people's show. It is where religion becomes something more, an all-encompassing ideology that transcends the state. And around Amfilohim Radovic's casket in the middle, there stand all the bishops of the Serbian Orthodox Church, signifying, you know, how the church is something that goes beyond the state, something that is larger than the state. Speaking way too fast, I would just like to end with a sort of conclusion that these nationalization and sacralization process, it's seen all over Eastern Europe. It's not a particular Montenegrin, Serbian kind of thing. I use in the book, of course, Serbian examples as a case in point, but it exists throughout Eastern Europe. My good colleague Kylo Wun remarked that this exists as a form of theopolitics that we see in Eastern Europe. And I think these days we see it mostly in Ukraine. And that is because this Athanasian anti-state line and this Eusebian pro-state line is lines of thought that are easily reshaped throughout Eastern Europe. In the book, I used cases from Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Ukraine to highlight how these patterns of thinking are closely intertwined with the church's role in politics throughout Eastern Europe. And I think perhaps the best example of that is the picture. You see the Theotokos, the mother of God, and beneath her you have all the Ukrainian heroes. The picture is taken in Lviv in Ukraine after the war began. By courtesy of one of my colleagues, I didn't go to Lviv myself. And you can see that all these local heroes that are taking place in the Euromaidan and defense for Ukraine, they are elevated beneath the Theotokos' bosom, so to say. And they really, again, have a sort of an Eusebian argument, you know, the church and state working together as it will. So my main point is basically that we need, when we talk about secularization, anti-clericalism, to be aware of these stages, these religious infrastructures, these rebuilding of saints and sites, and these deeper theological frameworks that exist, and highlights how politics is taking its shape. And that's why I was so happy for the introduction to Danilo, because he's such a great example of the deeper roots, at least in Montenegro, of state and church discussion. Thank you.
Emil, thank you so much. I just want to point out that we are so sorry because we didn't manage to translate your book within this project, but we will do it for sure within the next ones.
It's available free online. Just my university paid $10,000, so therefore it's free.
Perfect. We will take that into account. The last speaker within this panel is Thomas Griffiths from King's College London. The title of Thomas' presentation is National Indifference and Culture War, New Perspectives on National contestation in Montenegro. Please take the floor, please.
Sorry, is the PowerPoint up on there? So I can't see it. Is it on the laptop? Ah, sorry. No, it's not here. Is it in the email?
Sorry for this. We'll be fast.
Thank you very much. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. My name is Thomas. I'm a PhD student in history at King's College London, and I'm going to be speaking about elements of my doctoral research looking at processes of national contestation in Montenegro, primarily focusing on Serbo-Montenegrin nationalism, the relationship between the two. I'm going to be talking about national difference and cultural two lenses I've applied to this history. Just very briefly, I'll give you a little context about my research. I'm looking at nationalist uses of the built environment to contested heritage sites in the Western Balkans from the end of socialism until the early 2020s. I'm very interested in Serb, Macedonian, Montenegrin nationalism, grassroots movements, protest movements, primarily using media reporting, some official documentation as well. In Montenegro, I'm mostly looking at the 2010s and the early 2020s. So I'm focusing on two elite level actors. The first of these is Milo Djukanovic of the Democratic Party of Socialists. He became prime minister in 1991. He was initially a supporter of continued union with Serbia, but pivoted towards support of independence. During the 1990s, he became president of Montenegro in 1997 and ultimately led Montenegro to independence in 2006. He most recently left the presidency in 2023. He was something of a controversial figure to some extent. He's believed to have amassed quite a significant fortune while in government in Montenegro. The second actor I'm focusing on is Metropolitan Amfilohije Radovic, the Serbian Orthodox Church's Metropolitan of Montenegro and the Littoral, from 1990 until his death from COVID-19 in 2020. This Metropolitanate is one of the oldest and most venerated offices in the Serbian Orthodox Church. As Emil was saying, Amfilohije presided over a major revival of Orthodox practice in post-socialist Montenegro, and he was again quite a controversial figure. He was handed a conviction for hate speech in the early 2010s, and he was a very vocal opponent of Montenegrin nationalism, the DPS, LGBT plus rights, and abortion rights as well, a very outspoken figure in Montenegrin politics. So most of the history I'm looking at focuses on tensions throughout the 2010s and early 2010 and early 2020s, initially looking at proposals to reform regulation of religious communities in Montenegro. By the early 2010s, lots of figures within both the Democratic Party of Socialists and the Serbian Orthodox Church seem to have agreed that there was a need for reform of existing regulation of religious communities, but despite seeming common ground, they didn't find a way to pursue this together. Attempts to introduce a new law on religious freedom by the Democratic Party of Socialists provoked quite significant tensions in Montenegro. They contributed to the 2015 to 16 political crisis in this country. And this attracted international headlines in 2016 when there was supposedly a Russian-backed coup attempt, although details around that incident are very murky. After a period of redrafting, there was a second attempt to implement the law in 2019 by the DPS, and this triggered renewed protests, the so-called clerical protests. One of the reasons why the Serbian Orthodox Church seems to have been so concerned about this new law is because of some of the tensions Mil was talking about with this Montenegrin Orthodox Church. It's a smaller religious community in Montenegro. It's not canonically recognized by the other Orthodox churches, But from the sources I've seen, it seems that some figures in the Serbian Orthodox Church were concerned that the new law might be used to support the Montenegrin Orthodox Church at their expense. Following the historic change of government that took place in Montenegro in 2020, there was a shift in protests. They're generally referred to as the nationalist protest supporters of the DPS, but they're also referred to sometimes as the Montenegrin Spring or the Montenegrin Response. The motivations of these protests were very diverse, but a key concern that comes up again and again in the sources I've seen is concerns for secularism. Seems to have been a lot of protesters who were concerned that the incoming coalition led by Zdravko Krivokapic was too close to the Serbian Orthodox Church, that this might undermine the secularism of Montenegro's governing institutions and their multi-ethnic character. In particular, I'm looking at the 2021 enthronement crisis. This was a two-day incident of protesting, perhaps even rioting, you could almost say, around the enthronement of Metropolitan Amphilochia's successor, the Metropolitan Ioannikia. And I've tracked the run-up to the enthronement crisis, the build-up of tensions during that run-up, through discourse analysis of reporting by Radio Free Europe's Serbian language service. So both in looking at this new law on religious freedom and the enthronement crisis, my focus is the case study side of Cetinje Monastery. This is where the enthronement was staged. It's quite an important symbol in terms of these contestations and the tensions between Serbian Orthodox Church and the Montenegrin Orthodox Church, linking with some of the theological debates Emil was talking about. It's one of the holiest sites in Montenegro, but it's also a very important symbolic site in the contested history of Montenegrin independence. In a Montenegrin nationalist reading, this tradition is used to negate historical connection with Serbia to a degree. In a Serb nationalist reading, sometimes this tradition of independence is used to imagine Montenegro as a bastion of the nation. So you have these layers of national and ecclesiastical contestation at the site, but you also see distinct tensions between church and state because of deep distrust between the Democratic Party of Socialists and the Serbian Orthodox Church, as seen in the protests around attempts to reform the law on freedom of religion. And lastly, and I think perhaps most interestingly, looking at the enthronement crisis in the sources I've been reading, you see a very particular dynamic of tensions between monastery and locality. This comes up really strongly in interviews with protesters by Radio Free Europe. The monastery is currently occupied by the Serbian Orthodox Church. The community there is Serbian Orthodox, but the municipality of Cetinje is one of the most strongly Montenegrin identifying in the country. So there is a clear disconnect between the two at the local level that does seem to have come through really strongly in the protests in September 2021. So I've approached the history of this contestation between these actors using a model of culture war developed by James Davison Hunt. He was writing in the 1990s about tensions in the US, growing polarization around interpretations of American identity and about the role of religion in the public sphere. I've studied these tensions as a politics of polarization led from above by two rival visions of history, rival visions of morality, arguing that the attempts to implement these visions by political and ecclesiastical elites have polarized the political landscape in a self-reinforcing cycle. Both polarities in this contest, both the DPS and the Serbian Orthodox Church, instrumentalize the label of extremist or nationalist. This leaves me with a bit of a paradox in my research. Although I refer to Serb nationalist and Montenegrin actors, for want of a better term, many of the actors I'm actually looking at themselves reject this label in the sources I've seen. They regard their opponents as extremists, their opponents as nationalists. They view their own identity as normative. And if anyone has any advice on how to approach this to get beyond this framing of nationalist, I'd be very grateful, but it's still something I'm working with at the moment. Looking at discourses produced by the Serbian Orthodox Church and the kind of narratives the Serbian Orthodox Church has projected onto the Cetinje site has really highlighted the diversity of Serb actors at the regional level. Not only does it strongly emphasize the continued agency of clerical actors, not just political actors, but it also highlights the multipolar nature of the Serb national community. That community is obviously a transnational one. And I think looking at the kind of narratives being advanced in Montenegro emphasize that it's not a one-dimensional community centered purely on Belgrade. The kind of historical narratives I've seen produced by Serbian clerics like Metropolitan Amphilochia and his successor really emphasized Montenegrin historical experience and seem very deeply rooted in the Serb minority within Montenegro. Lastly, I've also tried to connect this cultural paradigm with some evidence of national indifference in Montenegro. National indifference is quite a new school of historical thought, nationalism studies. So far, it's primarily been used in the context of a long 19th century, but I think it has a relevance in the contemporary Balkans as well. In essence, it's an attempt to reorientate framing of nationally indifferent actors, national ambivalence, or consciously a-national actors, rather than framing them as passive or anachronistic even. They're framed as active agents consciously resisting top-down pressures from the nation state. And this leads me to talk about what Aaron Jenner and Florian Bieber categorized as the Montenegrin paradox, the fact that since state building began in earnest in Montenegro with the federalization of Yugoslavia, the proportion of Montenegrins reporting themselves as ethnically Montenegrin in the census has actually fallen quite sharply, primarily in two waves. The first of this came in the 1960s with a shift towards Muslim identification by Slavic-speaking Muslims in the country, and the second wave in the 1990s during the breakup of Yugoslavia, with this shift towards Serb identification among some parts of Montenegrin society. And it's that second shift that really interests me. I'm very interested in the relationship between Serb and Montenegrin identity. And as you can see from the 2011 census data, this is a shift that seems to have been sustained after Montenegro's declaration of independence in 2006. The main conclusion from my research is that elite-led polarization can galvanize national difference, and it creates an environment of such political polarization that people pick sides where they wouldn't previously. In essence, from the sources I've seen, I don't think that these tensions around identity in Montenegro, around the question of Montenegro's constitutional relationship with Serbia, necessarily derive from some kind of innate ethnic difference. Rather, I think these tensions, led by political and religious elites, can themselves galvanize perceptions of difference, both at the grassroots and at the elite level. And I think this is particularly clear at contested heritage sites where you see multiple narratives, multiple layers of contestation. And in the context of tensions like those triggered by the enthronement crisis, these sites become flashpoints within wider points of contestation. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the talk. I'm looking forward to everyone's comments.
Okay, we will have now like a short Q&A session. So please be free to ask questions to our dear panelists.
So I just wanted to maybe give an idea to Mr. Hilton because in his antinomy like Eusebian of the nation, paradigm and so. And I think maybe one of the ideas, I haven't read your book, I have heard of it, and I might be glad to read it. I don't know if you have touched upon it, is the idea of covenant nation, because nowadays it's ever more popular in Serbian intellectual circles and elsewhere, which are saying that, okay, we had like our national self identification in different stages. We Serbs tried to build a nation based on a language. It was obviously an illusion because in the Balkans it's basically based on a covenant and a religious affiliation, much like the Jewish nation. And that is basically something which explains this, so to say, dynamic between the state and the church, which are saying, to be a Serb is basically, they have this covenant, this Kosovo covenant, and it is this covenant which gives birth both for states and elsewhere. And I think this is basically a really useful heuristic tool and everything else in your research. So I just wanted to ask you about it.
Yes, thank you. It's quite crucial to know that Eusebius and Constantine the Great were the guys who reinvented Jerusalem as a concept in Christianity. Before them, Jerusalem had been destroyed by the Romans, but they used it as an ideological tool and used the language of the covenant. So when Serbia and the Serbian Orthodox Church are talking about Kosovo as a Jerusalem, Montenegro as a holy Jerusalem, these are the language of Eusebius and Constantine the Great. And this is why I said the Eusebian is perhaps more the theological part, but this language of the covenant is a part of this discourse. So you see it also in Russian when they call Kiev their Jerusalem, and they use these metaphors from the Old Testament. And that is one of the most interesting things about Amfilohim Radovic. If you read his preachings, he never mentioned the New Testament as much. What does he use? He used the Old Testament. He used the Jewish heritage. He used this language of the covenant. When he talks about Kosovo, he calls it, our Jerusalem, our covenant. So yeah, it is in the book, and it is an interesting kind of discourse that is part of this Eusebian thinking.
Like partial comment and partial question. Well, let's start with the question. Do you think that for Emil, do you think that there's a kind of a simplification when regarding identities in Montenegro? For example, like simple division to Montenegrin identity and Serb identity, I don't think it resembles reality precisely. Because if you ask, for example, well, not to go back to Njegoš, like you avoided it, I want to avoid it as well. But for Amphilochia, for example, like if you ask Amphilochia if he's a Montenegrin, he would say he's a Montenegrin. If you ask him if he's a Serb, he would say he's a Serb. So, like, do you see that kind of a simplification, which then makes it more difficult to understand the nuances, the details, and the specific complex situation regarding Montenegro? And also then just the short comment, because I'm from Bar and I witnessed the build process of that cathedral. But there's one also, I think, for the context, important thing. Before the building of that cathedral, the only church, the only Orthodox church, I mean, in the city of Bar, was in the old town of Bar, which didn't even have a parish, because my parents transitioned from communist to somebody that found religion in the early 90s. And I remember that we have to go actually to this municipality that we are in right now, not far away from here in Buljarica, because they had a parish there, and that's where my parents had to go before the cathedral was built in Bar. So that kind of a revival was not like only rebuilding the old, people did not have the infrastructure for their religious needs. And I don't think that I'm more aware of Bar case, but I would guess that there are similar things in all around Montenegro, which I think it's important for the context of the revival of religion in the 90s.
Just a quick note on the Bar Cathedral. It is mapped there, and it goes back to when they started to set up a wooden cross and how it was. And of course, one of the things was there were no church. So they had to build a church. But it's more like the process of selecting Jovan Vladimir as the saint and how the use of him and the pilgrimage and the invention of the parade in Bar on Jovan Vladimir's Martha Day. I think it's more like in the ideological turn it takes this rebuilding. It's not so much the rebuilding in itself, because it makes perfect sense. You have a large city without a cathedral, of course, but it's more the way it is shaped and thought about. About this simplification, I think actually Thomas is onto something. And I think I had a hard time to explain it as well, because yes, it is a simplification. And I think it's because we sometimes think about national identity as a one-dimensional thing. Either you are a Montenegrin or you're a Serb, as two opposing. And I think the conflict in Montenegro in the 1990s polarized this. So when I would rather see it as a spectrum of identity, where you have poles, but you can be different variations of it, more or less Serbian, more or less Montenegrin. But how to actually frame that theoretical and how to talk about it, I think Thomas is onto something with this idea of the non-so-state aligned identity. And it goes across Europe. I'm a Dane working in Sweden and speaking also Swedish. So what am I, a Dane or a Swede? We have this multi-identity across Europe, but we really don't have a language of it. And in the creation of the nation states, which Montenegro is becoming, we have a tendency to isolate and simplify those patterns of thinking, which I think actually this graph that Thomas is presenting is a good example of. And when you try to, turn it into a political thing, you will simplify it for political reason. But how to frame that theoretically and how to describe it empirically, I don't think we are there yet. So let's hope your PhD does it, Thomas.
Thank you. So, just a follow-up, to my question, maybe to bring to your attention something which I have uncovered in my research and which I have cited a few times. For example, when you and the book would know about this, when you compare the constituting acts of Montenegro in the late 18th century, the Odluka de Stega, the language is, we have here gathered to protect our faith against the Turks and so on, to protect our monasteries, our graves, and so on. And when you get an equal an oath, the Montenegrin tribesmen captains gathered, then they made an oath, and then you compare the text of that oath to the oath which was taken on the day of the Holy Trinity in front of the cathedral which you presented. You will see that the text and the animus procedendi, the driving force of those people, are identical in the
late 18th century and the beginning of the 21st century. So much, I wouldn't call much explain it as, some sort of, I don't know, an invention of something new. It was basically an emergence of something which has been suppressed, and it is really evident in that manner. And regarding about this Old Testament, New Testament, I wouldn't put it as basically, Jerusalem, Old Testament here. I'm saying I haven't read your book, so excuse me if you have written about it. But when you make also this covenant, you will see, for example, Antilochi has always said, the New Testament, the Kosovo covenant is the New Testament in the Serbian experience, in the Serbian learning. That is our Serb New Testament. So if you drive around it, you will see this thread. It has a sharp continuity basically up until First World War is applied, and then we have this Enlightenment, after we have socialism. So it is a dynamic, an interplay, and I just wanted to bring it maybe to get the details. Yes, it's easy.
I think it's a fair comment, and I would just say Amfilochi wrote so many things, said so many things, so it's actually hard to say Amfilochi was just this. It's perhaps easier to say in this text he kind of made that kind of imagery, and the Old New Testament, of course, are closely intertwined. And I think both Thomas and I are pointing to there are these infrastructure, these old oaths, these old sites, these old places, and it's not like today is not being reinvented. It's not something new, but it's just using the structures that were already there. They're using these oaths that were already there. But it's interesting to see how they are twerked. Like, the national anthem of Montenegro. We were discussing Danica, what's her last name? Senagorce, who, had a song where she kind of made a twerk on the national anthem, and then you have the national anthem of Montenegro that has a long history of itself. And you can see in the many editions of the national anthem and the poem how they have the same structures and the mountain and those kind of things, but then suddenly it's a bit more Serb or it's a bit more Montenegrin, or so it's the same structure, but what's interesting to see is how they are slowly shifting and what that shift actually means. And that goes also for Amfilochi. You can see there is around 1996 and the crisis with the Milosevic and Đukanović government, you can see a slight shift towards a more Serbian-oriented form. And then when Montenegro independent in 2006, you can see an even harder shift in Amfilochi talking. And when we approach the 2020 crisis, you see a very strong shift in Amfilochi's writing. So perhaps instead of saying one thing about Amfilochi, you must say there is developments in the Serbian Orthodox Church discourse, strategy, and argumentation in Montenegro, and some of it is more New Testament, some of Older Testament.
I have one question, and I would like to ask Vuk and Thomas. I will basically try to connect your two presentations, and I would like, from your individual perspectives, to hear to what extent you think did the prince-bishopric or theocracy tradition in Montenegro affected the contemporary religious and political constellation in this country? Thank you.
Well, maybe just to kind of to go further back first before. No, I mean, I would argue that it has affected, but not as a kind of living heritage or like a real tradition, but rather, something that has kind of always been. Again, this is due to the way that the early modern Montenegro has been appreciated and studied since the 19th century, because it acquired an incredibly important presence in the historiography, the mythopoiesis, the kind of the national awakening of the South Slavs. And the myth of an ever independent Montenegro was one of the founding myths of South Slavic kind of, liberation ideology. And there was this idea of this line of bishops who were left in place by this Slavic princeling who was exiled by the Ottomans, and they continued this heroic fight, to liberate not just themselves, but rather the entire South Slavdom or Serbdom or whatever. And this was an important myth. it was one of the central myths, and it has always been evoked. And Niegos obviously has given it this kind of definite form that has been around with us all the time. And then there is this tendency to project problems that are very modern, very 19th or 20th century or 21st century back into an era which I would argue was very different. And what I kind of tried to show was how, from the perspective of Bishop Daniel, his categories of organizing his, allegiances, his ideology were completely different in some ways than, someone who would invoke him in our day. So again, I think the kind of this tradition of Prince Bishopric is influential because it is an invented tradition, not because it's a kind of historic reality. And technically speaking, before Niegos, I mean, none of the early modern bishops deserves the title of prince. Niegos was the first to have actually held proper secular dominion. Like if he decides to kill you, he will kill you, and he could do that. And the bishops before didn't. The supreme authority in the country was the assembly. So again, yeah, it's a massively important kind of idea, but it has very little to do with early modern history or any kind of living institutional heritage or whatever.
I think I largely agree with a lot of that, and particularly the use of the term invented this tradition to describe this framing of Montenegro's history of statehood. I think that's a really good way of understanding it. Certainly, though, this is a very live mythology in Montenegro today. I think it's something that a lot of people speak about very openly. I'll actually give an example of this just yesterday. I got a taxi from Podgorica Airport. Within 10 minutes of leaving, the taxi driver was talking about the history of this monastery in Montenegro.
Sorry.
Oh,
So is mine.
a nice coincidence. Yeah, it's something that's still very much alive in contemporary Montenegrin politics, but as an invented tradition, as a mythology, I think, rather than something rooted in genuine historical experience.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we need to finish now, but of course, later during the lunch, we can continue to speak about these Montenegro-centric themes. So thank you again for your attention, and thank you all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Teodora Stankovic, and I'm Assistant Research Professor at the Institute for Advanced Studies of the University of Montenegro. And I will moderate the second panel, which is called Secularism, Atheism, and Cultural Heritage, Education and Identity in Southeastern Europe. So we have the first panelist, Teodorička Gotovska-Henze from Institute for Historical Studies, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, who is going to present the paper Introducing Secular Education and Religious and Cultural Diverted Societies, Slovak and Bulgarian Parallels. So I would like to invite you to present the paper.
First, let me show where in Bulgarians. It's not moving, maybe like this. Yeah, okay. It's not working either here. Some help? It should work here, right? Not reacting.
Right now, but you're looking at there, okay? So
With this.
with scroll, yeah.
Okay.
With scroll. Just 2 fingers and
Yeah.
slowly scroll.
Okay, let's first look for how long time the Slovaks and Bulgarians were part of multicultural, multi-religious states. As a matter of fact, Bulgarians up to 1887 were part of the Turkish Empire, and they were the last Orthodox people on the Balkans to get their independence. Together, they lived there on the Balkans. You see there the Romanians, Wallachians, Serbians, Macedonians, so forth. And then, it's not moving. So, okay, maybe like this. I'm sorry. It's not moving. So anyway, even longer, the Slovaks were part of the Habsburg Empire. First, the 10th century, they got part of the Hungarian kingdom. And then after the 16th century, they got together with the Hungarian kingdom, were part of the Habsburg Empire. Now, both nations, Bulgarian and Slovaks, were not culturally and religiously unified. Why? Of course, this was the result of the, in first case, by Slovaks, result of the religious wars in Europe, the clashes between Catholics and the new Protestant community. So the Slovaks got divided into a Catholic majority and a smaller but very active part of Catholic Protestants, the Augsburg's domination being the biggest one, but they were also Calvinists, Methodists, and so forth. Now, the thing is that this cultural and religious division was also source of identity up to 19th century. I'm not going to tackle this issue. I just want to show you that at the end, the education, the secular education, was not able to solve this division within the Slovaks. And in case of Bulgarians, there was, of course, the Turkish military advance in Europe. Before there were no Muslims in among Bulgarians. Bulgarians were predominantly of Orthodox domination, but also a small part in northwest Bulgarian lands was Catholic. And this changed after the uprising when the Catholics were totally expelled and they moved and settled down on the territory of Habsburg Empire. And then during the 16th and 17th century, a region close to Rhodopian mountains were converted to Islam. So my point is first to, but if I cannot show, then does it make sense? My point is to show how it worked in one empire, multinational empire, dominated by enlightened rulers, and how it went under Ottoman Empire for the Bulgarians. It's already in the text anyway. During the 50s up to 74, there was a unified educational system in primary education with compulsory school attendance for all children aged 6 to 12. And important part of this reform process was done, of course, by Maria Theresia, but there was a big helper by an Jesuit of Slovak origin, Adam František Kolar. And now we have the second part of the process, continued by the successor Emperor Joseph II, which 1781 proclaimed equal rights of all Christian dominations within the empire. Now, if we compare to the Ottoman Empire, this act of equalization was done later, about 30 years later, in 1829, when the Sultan Abdul Majid proclaimed equality for all subjects of the sultans, regardless of their religion. This was a general law, and there was no special part which was connected with the educational reforms. That's the difference with the Habsburgs. And the Sharia as a religious law in the Ottoman Empire continued. And according to this old system, there were different religious communities, so-called millet system, when the church was the main organizer of the education among the different people. And according to this system, Bulgarians were part of Rumilet, of the Orthodox people, and education was handled at the Greek Patriarchate at Constantinople, which was responsible for the educational questions of the Orthodox people. Now the things are interesting because we see immediately with the start of Bulgarian secular education started also the fight from the Greek Patriarchate. We have two Orthodox nations in which the one Bulgarians, they lost their patriarchate. You know, Orthodox, every nation has patriarchate. But after Turks coming, Bulgarians, so forth, with Serbians, they lost their patriarchate, and this was handed out to the Greeks. So Serbians had their patriarchate, Sremski Karlovci, as we know, but Bulgarians didn't have. And since the 1829, the independent Greek state was created, this meant on one side modernization of the Greek schools. And so the modern Greek schools became the first patterns to Bulgarians to follow. The rich Bulgarians sent their children to study in Greek schools to get modern education, of course, in Greek. And this was the first phase. Actually, the greatest Bulgarian teacher from this time, they were educated at these modern Greek schools. But of course, this was a choice for very few, for very wealthy, and not for the whole nation. That's why in the Bulgarian lands, there were first Greek schools, then were so-called Slav Bulgarian schools, when the content was equal to the Greek modern schools, but it was taught in Bulgarian. And finally, we have 1835, when the first secular Bulgarian school was set up in the city of Gabrovo. Now, of course, this was an initiative contrary to the politics of the Greek Patriarchate, because after the foundation of the Greek state, actually there was politics of, let's say, also secularization of the religion. This means the Greek language was promoted on all levels of church life, which was, of course, unacceptable to the Bulgarians. And now we stop at this secular program for Bulgarians. Unfortunately, I can show you what the difference were, but I can try to track them. First, of course, was the difference. The secular education in the Habsburg monarchy was a business idea, government idea, business of the rulers. It was introduced as a part of general frame for of modernization of the state, while the Bulgarian school system was minded as a school for the nation, and this indirectly as a separation from the Ottoman Empire, which was still religiously guided. Actually, the first law on the education in Ottoman Empire was done in the 70s, when the Bulgarian school system was merely very divided. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I invite the second panelist, Gasper Mithans and Mateja Režek from the Institute for Historical Studies of Science and Research Center in Koper. So he's going to present the truth about religion is revealed by history and science, atheism and anti-clericalism in school education in socialist Slovenia.
Thank you very much to organizers of this extremely interesting conference for the opportunity to present our research. So, in fact, I will be presenting the research conducted by myself and my colleague Mateja Režek. which was conducted at the Science and Research Center Koper in the scope of the project Religious Change, and in Slovenia and Yugoslavia, religious conversions and the processes of atheization. So to address the processes of regime-propagated atheization and multiple forms of secularism, the focus of this presentation is on education, on the ban of religious education in public schools, and an analysis of school curricula and textbooks for the subject of moral education. While analyzing the state-religion relations in socialist Slovenia, most of the attention is on the Catholic Church, not just because it is a majority religion, but also because it was determining the relations between the state and religion in Slovenia as well as in Croatia. The Catholic Church was regularly targeted by the state authorities as a reactionary pillar of an ancient regime, while, for example, the Serbian Orthodox Church and the Islamic community were considered more prone to subordination to the state authorities. Furthermore, because of the reluctance of church authorities to align with the partisan resistance movement during the Second World War, and this because a notable part of the clergy decided to collaborate with the Italian and German occupying forces, Yugoslav authorities were suspicious of their intentions. Henceforth, the authorities supported endeavors to make the Catholic Church more national-oriented, but that resulted in severing diplomatic ties with Vatican in 1952. When analyzing power changes, post-war changes in religion in Slovenia, it is also salient to consider an extremely homogeneous society. For example, according to the censuses of 1921 and 1931, 97% of population identified as Catholics. We could debate if that was realistic or not, but still the number of people that identified as not religious was negligible, only 250 people, for example. 1953 census percentage was already higher, 10.3%. Much more informative were the Slovenian Public Opinion Service, which have been ongoing since 1968, and both the censuses and this survey are included in this graph. The watershed year of 1978 should be emphasized. That was the only year when the number of believers was not a majority. And from there on, we can see gradual growth of religiosity, number of believers, which is in fact very similar than in other parts in Eastern Europe, so in other countries of Eastern Europe, as well as in some other parts of the world in the 80s. Most statistical sources indicate relatively high share of believers, 68% in 1968, 45% in 1978, 64 in 1991, which suggests that the sphere of religious practice was indeed regulated, but largely without restrictions. In general, we can distinguish two approaches towards religions in Yugoslavia. One was the separation of religious institutions from the state, including the declaration of faith to be a private matter, assurance of religious freedom and religious equality, which was nothing but a matter of importation. The other was the support of progressive Marxism, the liberating process of the fading away of religion, which was deemed inevitable. The restrictions on religious communities loosened over the years. The federal law on the status of religious communities from 1953 mostly put a stop to nearly open hostility towards the Catholic Church. In the 1960s, the state granted religious community greater autonomy of organization, press freedoms, even new religious communities were allowed to be established. However, the discrimination of lay believers persisted, but public religious services in the assigned places of worship were never severely hindered. The Second Vatican Council and the Vatican Ostpolitik stimulated the agreement between Yugoslavia and the Holy See to be signed in 1966, followed by reinstatement of diplomatic ties with the Vatican in 1970. The situation for the religious communities improved, particularly in the late 1970s and 1980s, although lay believers continued experiencing some level of discrimination in practice, especially teachers, professors, clerks, so professions that were considered incompatible with religious beliefs. In 1945, religious education was allocated the status of an elective subject, and the authorities sought every possible way to limit both the teaching and the attendance of religious lessons. To be able to teach religious education at schools, priests were required to obtain a special permit, but this was only granted to those who were loyal to the regime or at least did not oppose it. So in 1949, 43% of all school children in Slovenia attended religious education. However, at schools where religious classes were offered more or less regularly, attendance was 67%. Priests could get a penalty or even go to prison if they were teaching children outside school, where it was more difficult to control. In 1952, however, religious education was banned from public schools and allowed only on church premises. Although religious education was removed from public schools relatively late, around 50% of Slovenian children still received religious education at the parish houses in the 1960s. Even though the data from 1949 with religious education attendance as one of markers of religiosity was hindered, they are, to a large extent, consistent with the data in graph 1. The data in graph 2 clearly show that banishing religious education from schools to church premises and consequently significantly reducing regulation and supervision resulted in an increase of religious education attendance. The percentage of individuals in favor of religious education attendance and believers are also comparable. Now moving to the research of my colleague. In socialist Yugoslavia, the education system served as a crucial mechanism for the promotion and reinforcement of the dominant ideology. Due to Yugoslavia's multi-ethnic structure, diverse populations and federative system, a fully unified education system never existed. While the basic educational principles were set by the top echelons of the Communist Party, the details and implementation were left to the Republican governments and their ministries of education. Moreover, the approval of school curricula was the sole responsibility of the republics, and as a result, the textbooks differed across the different republics of Yugoslavia. In Slovenia, the allegedly scientific interpretation of the world was taught in the subject of moral education, introduced in 1951, so immediately after the religious education was banned. The subject covered a broad range of topics related to various aspects of social life, including the role of religion. One of considerable problems was the lack of textbooks. The first textbook for moral education was published only in 1977, 25 years after the introduction of the subject in schools. Until then, the teaching primarily relied on instructions and recommended readings. The guidelines for teachers stress the freedom and equality of religions and religious communities insofar as they did not oppose the socialist system. Believers were recognized as valuable members of socialist society so long as they fulfilled their obligations towards the society and refrained from actions against socialism. The subject also addressed the historical role of the Catholic Church, portraying it in distinctly negative terms by focusing on medieval obscurantism, church's alignment with the ruling classes, conservative nature, clericalism, rejection of socialism and communism, and notably the collaboration of the Catholic Church leadership and much of the clergy with occupying force during the World War II. In the first moral education textbook published in 1977, the relationship between religion and society was addressed by philosopher Bojan Rus. He noted that in Yugoslavia, believers who opposed clericalism and defended socialism had ample opportunities for societal participation, yet he described them as unfortunate people with whom the communists sympathized, recognizing that their belief in an afterlife often stemmed from social status and helplessness of the poorer classes. Rus criticized the Christian churches for upholding double moral standards, one for ruling classes and another for the poor, and depicted the Catholic Church even more negatively than the earlier more education guidelines, adopting an explicitly anti-clerical stance. During the 1980s, the awareness of discrimination against believers and the urgency for a revision of the existing religious policy was increasingly present in the public. One of the signs of withdrawal from the previous dogmatic stance on religion was the new textbook for social and moral education, published in 1987. The chapters on religion were written by Vítězslav Grmić, the renowned left-leaning theology professor and one-time auxiliary bishop of Maribor. He was also known as the Red Bishop. Defying the previous mantra about the gradual dying and eventual extinction of religion, Grmić wrote that religion does change, but it cannot die out. Only the forms in which it exists can die out. He described the fundamental values of Christianity and socialism as profoundly related, particularly in the terms of the precedence given to the community and its interests, freedom, equality, and solidarity. Grmić claimed that while socialism aims to eliminate class distinctions and establish a classless society, Christianity aimed to bring about the kingdom of heaven on earth, which he believed was to some extent synonymous with a classless society. Soon after the publication of the textbook, the potential for the further development of dialogue and peaceful coexistence of Christianity and Marxism was abruptly halted with the change of regime. In the early 1990s, the subject of social and moral education was removed from the curricula of Slovenian primary schools. However, public schools soon became an ideological battlefield once again, this time focusing on the reintroduction of religious education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have the last panelist, Branko Banović, who is from Institute of Ethnography of Serbian Academy of Science and Arts, and he is going to present the paper Bridging the Gap Between Academic Research and the Practice of Intangible Cultural Heritage Safeguarding, a case study on the underrepresentation of minority elements in Montenegro's Register of Cultural Property.
Thanks, Theodora. Dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, It is my great pleasure today. It is my great pleasure to present part of our project that. Oh, there is no presentation. Just. And I are conducting within the framework of the project Serbian Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Western Balkans, perils and prospects of in inclusive research and safeguarding, supported by the Fund of Science of the Republic of Serbia. It is a project that analyzes the potential of intangible cultural heritage in mitigation of social tensions in Western Balkans. And it is particularly focused on the role of anthropology in this process and the role of anthropology and social and humanities in general in preventing misuse of UNESCO instruments and in helping achieve the goals of UNESCO's conventions. In brief, the project emphasized the role of humanities for our societies, and in that respect, just allow me to give a brief comment regarding this conference, namely, as I spent a significant part of my career in Montenegro, I would often approach some of identity tensions of contemporary Montenegrin society, such as controversies over NATO or Pride Parade and so, and I would present my findings in international conferences. My colleagues would often ask me, do I see solutions for some of these identity terms Montenegro continually faces? And I would often start with my answer, it is not possible. Regarding the context of Montenegro, academic context, social context, the general context, it is not possible even to think about relaxing identity issues without strengthening humanities. And it is not possible to strengthen humanities in our in Montenegrin context without establishing new institutes. So I was very glad after finding out that University of Montenegro was in the process of establishing Institute for Advanced Studies, and I am honestly I am more than glad to be with you today. The theoretical and methodological framework of the project we are implementing is controversial. It's controversial since this is interdisciplinary conference. I will not burden my presentation with some specifically anthropological issues. Just I will do it briefly, namely recent anthropological theory and critical heritage theory is openly critical to ICH as promoted by international policy frameworks. And the vast majority of anthropological theory and cultural heritage critical theory argues that academics should not enter a safeguarding arena for any other reason than to research or criticize. For anthropologists, the cultural heritage is abusable by its nature. But it's abusable by its nature because the protection of cultural heritage is inevitably connected to essentialization of identity. Then intangible cultural heritage is very often seen as a novelty, modern phenomenon, or backwardness. So, however, in short, science says we are science, we are academia, we don't have anything to do with, we don't want anything to have with heritage, such dirty concept as heritage. However, in our approach, we aim to bridge this gap between theory and praxis, between academic and professional approaches to intangible cultural heritage. The key motive of this approach is our realization that anthropological theory based on deessentialization, unmasking, doesn't reach the general public. It doesn't reach the general public. And even when it does, it can produce many counter effects. So in this position, we realize that we do not achieve much if we talk to people, if we constantly talk to people about constructivist nature of their inner identities, particularly in the position when they approach their identities very real, not even very real, but even worth dying for. To put it simply, as researchers, we can be good theorists. As researchers, we can be good theorists. We can deconstruct reality. We can find many deficiencies in the concept of culture, in the concept of multiculturalism. But can we do something more? And can we try to do something more and something? Can we act more pragmatically? Can we admit identity is both identity and cultural heritage in the Western Balkans are deeply politicized. There is increasing tension between cultural heritage and ethnic approach to cultural heritage. So can we do something can we do something to take identity and cultural heritage from the domain of politics and put it in some other concepts. In that respect, Miloš Malenković, leader of our project, suggested a strategical return to ethnology and cultural heritage. That was very strange for me because due to his theoretical contribution, he was the last person to have anything to do with such concepts as cultural heritage or intangible cultural heritage, because he deconstructed particularly Serbian ethnography, the capacity of ethnography to provide objective image of reality. He deconstructed multicultural politics and so. But this is specific anthropological topics. If you answer, we can talk later about this, because I don't want to burden this presentation with this. The key problem we are dealing with in our projects is the following. UNESCO recognizes ICH of member states, but on the ground, this ICH is often ethnically attributed and appropriated. So UNESCO recognizes ICH of Montenegro, ICH of Serbia, ICH of Bosnia, Croatia, and so, but not ICH of Serbians in Montenegro, Serbs in Montenegro, Montenegrins in Serbia, Croatians in Serbia, and so. We now end this conflict between the state level of protection of intangible cultural heritage and ethnic attribution and appropriation of intangible cultural heritage happening on the ground provoke many tensions. So we are now asking ourselves how to prevent these tensions, and in that respect, we approach intangible cultural heritage as peacemaking tool. Okay, we do not say that anthropologists need to enter safeguarding area, but we can consider some meeting points between these two professional and academic approach. So, and I will present now one of these meeting points. The theoretical and methodological framework of research is based on Milenković's earlier research on inclusive ICH register. Milenković starts from the fact that by ratifying conventions, states got great power in defining which heritage will be protected and whose heritage will be protected. Experiences in Serbia has shown that the element, that protection network is characterized by its openness to minority intangible cultural heritage. but the elements of dominant identity dominated the register. The majority heritage dominate the register. The same situation is in all national registers in the Western Balkans. And what is important to say, this is not about, the research show that it is not about the lack of will or discrimination or something like that, but it is the lack of system that would structurally direct the protection of ICH in inclusive direction. And what is important in the Western Balkans and in general with ICH, when minorities can be insulted with if their heritage is not adequately represented in register. And it happens in all national registers in the Western Balkans. So if we analyze the ICH register of Montenegro with this methodology, we can conclude that it has both advantages and disadvantages. The main advantage is its interculturality. By contrast, the main disadvantage is the underrepresentation of the entire heritage groups. In that respect, let me say just a few words about the Ottoman ICH. Namely, understanding the intangible cultural heritage of the Western Balkans of the West is not possible without comprehending overall influence that the Ottoman Empire had on the developing of this area, particularly in shaping everyday lives. So it is expected and even justified to expect that the Ottoman cultural heritage is also presented in the national register. When it comes to, however, existing research, not only in Montenegro, but I did my research in Montenegro, shows that there is the lack of Ottoman ICH in the region. For instance, when it comes to Montenegro, the intangible cultural heritage of Bosniak is contained in only 2 ICH elements, and intangible cultural heritage of Albanians is Montenegro is not even represented in register. So all these shortcomings of the register for Montenegro can be traced back to centralized nation of register. So in the process of identification, expert teams focused on specifically on promoting cultural diversity, which contributed to seemingly intercultural nature of both preliminary list or register. However, they didn't establish a deeper relationship with local communities. So on the one hand, Montenegro has demonstrated exceptional commitment to country's multicultural character and importance of multiculturalism for democratic development of Montenegro. Multiculturalism is one of the fundamental state values in the preamble of Montenegrin constitutions. Constitution lists the most numerous ethnic group. On the other hand, the ICH of minority groups remains either unrepresented or unrecognized in the register. So now I must conclude our findings have various controversies. We are not sure if anthropology has to do anything with cultural heritage. Then we are sure that it is questionable, it is problematic to have national way of protecting cultural heritage. But having in mind that people in the Western Balkans used to had civil war here, where war was justified with numerous ethnic elements, arguments, and identity arguments, we believe that this approach can be the way of stimulating, the way of stimulation of local communities to be a part of heritage process in that way that that process wouldn't be organized on the basis of multicultural segregation, but on the basis of intercultural, including interculturality. So to be frank, I am not sure. I didn't this presentation. I wanted to present some controversy about cultural heritage and intangible cultural heritage in anthropology. And I wanted to present research which is anthropology in action, and I am not sure, I didn't have enough time to encompass both of these theoretical concepts. So I am open to your questions for anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I would like to invite audience for questions. Are there any questions, maybe? Oh, okay, so.
Thank you. If I could speak, the second speaker, I was interested and to some degree surprised about the change in moral education in the 1980s, which must be, I would think, probably doesn't have any other parallel, I suppose, in other parts of the former socialist world of Eastern Europe. How did this come about? Could you say a little bit more? And was there a significant opposition to it?
Thank you for this question. First of all, it's really interesting that this subject, moral education, was in fact introduced in Slovenia and in Croatia. We heard that actually in Serbia, this subject didn't exist. So I assume also didn't in Montenegro, but that maybe we'll see that answer. In fact, in the 80s, we see that in general, the society, let's call it liberalized. So it wasn't really that much of a surprise that so did this subject. In fact, that I would say that, but I understand why you're asking this, because of course also the nationalism grew at the same time. The Clericalism was also part of Slovenian identity, not Yugoslav. So maybe there's also some answer. I hope I answered at least a little bit. Yeah. But there was no opposition to this. No.
Yeah, my question is also to Gasper. Yeah, am I right to pronounce? Have you thought of a comparison between the anti-religious campaign in the Soviet Union in the 20s and 30s to your case? And are there any parallels to this campaign? Also, of course, we know that it was much harsher and atheism was promoted, and there were different state documents which allowed usage of the church as museums and as gatherings for party members. But this campaign which you described looks much milder, and it allows a space for interpretation, and then it looks like it has much less of state control, and
we don't know what these teachers actually taught. My second question would be: are there any questionnaires of the teachers? Do they exist? Do we know the responses of the teachers who taught this subject? Thank you.
Thank you for both questions. So if we would look at the constitution, there would be no problem with, no problem, and it would all look perfect. Also, the attitude towards the religious people. But in this first decade after the war, also in Yugoslavia, there were show trials. Quite a lot of clergy, quite a lot of priests were also imprisoned. Although for example, the number of clergy decreased almost by half, but mostly due to emigration. But also, the clergy did get quite some penalties, and so some of them even went to prison. So yes, these are the years from 1945 till 1953. So after the restrictions loosened quite a lot. Yeah. So, but some similarities we could say that in these first years can be found. Yeah. And the second was on. Yes. No, there were no trained teachers, so they used either teachers from the fields of social sciences or humanities, and often also history teachers, of course.
Yes, please.
So I have if I understood correctly, the kind of the percentage of kids who received religious education continued to be rather high even after the ban, right? Roughly around a half. Do you think that's surprisingly high? Or the reason why I'm asking, apart from just curiosity, is also because I think the percentage in, for example, Serbia and Montenegro were probably much lower. In Montenegro, possibly even non-existent. And then, in the long run, like after the dissolution of Yugoslavia, you had a religious revival in Montenegro, whereas you don't have it in Slovenia. So maybe, it has also something to do with also the existence of religious education of any sort. So, but again, I'm primarily motivated by curiosity. Do you think that this is still a very high kind of percentage of kids to receive religious education in a communist country? And do you know, perhaps, do you have like numbers to compare with other federal republics?
Yes, thank you. I agree that it is relatively high percentage, and it's also interesting that even some parents who would be, or let's say, atheists, send their children to religious education. For example, even my grandparents, for example, just and one of our writers wrote in one book. So related to this question, that his parents sent them to religious education just in case the regime changes. So maybe, yeah, I suppose that this open-mindedness and also contributed to this that there was no. I mean, till this the Catholic Church as an institution didn't have that much power in Slovenia as it did in Croatia, Serbia, and so on. So I'd say mostly that was the thing. And then also these scandals in the Catholic Church also caused the negative attitude towards the Catholic Church then in the 90s. So there are several reasons also why, and of course, there was no war, so it wasn't that politicized, that strongly politicized.
Are
yeah.
there more questions? Okay. So since like before closing the session, the panel session, I would like to thank our panelists for their insightful presentations. And also, it was really interesting to hear the historical background and also the perspectives of cultural heritage. And now we have a lunch break, which will be served in the restaurant downstairs. So yeah, enjoy your meal, and we see each other at 13:45.
1. Test. Da. Da. Vidi, prošetaj se samo ispredno. I pričaj pomalo. Znači, sjedi tu ispred na stolicu. Evo ispred. Gdje? Ispred. Aha. Ispred sjedi i pričaj samo da te pristi ovdje. Dobro. Ne znam sad čuješ li me, je li ti ovako ok? Ođe sam u hodnik, ne znam kakav ti je trenutno ton, kakva ti je slika. Dobro, sad ću ja da krenem da pričam nešto. Vamo napolje, 1, 2, 3 test. Ne znam da li me čuješ sad. Ili ti je ovo ok, razgovjetno? Imaš li me? Evo da vidimo da li ima eher, ne znam, čuješ li me sad? I ja ću da pričam ovakvim tonom za probu. 1, 2, 3 test. Kaži. Ođe unutra, jel? Ti mene moraš sad da čuješ. Ajde. Evo, sjeo sam. Ne znam sad, čuješ li me? Je li ti ovo ok? Ja trenutno ne čujem ništa. Čekaj da pojačam da nije smanjeno. To je ok. Ovo bi trebalo da je ok. Ne znam sad, čuješ li ti mene? Ja tebe ne čujem. Ne znam da li nešto treba da kliknem. Aha, čujem te, ali baš tiho. Mislim da sam te sad čuo. Možeš i malo glasnije? Možeš i da kažeš nešto?
Samo saslušaj.
Sad imam blag, znam da čuo, ok? Ali samo na... bilo mi odjednom pojačano, ali samo pola sekunde. Sad si opet utišan. Ne znam, čuješ li me? Ja tebe ne čujem. Ja tebe ne čujem. Ne čujem te? Ne smijem da pričam sa svijetom. Ako budem pričao ovo sve što kad puštim utakno ide live. Jesi čuo kuckanje? Prstim kuckao.
Nisam čuo puckanja, ali si nešto krenuo bio. Jedno poslije, jesam, savršeno.
To mi je bitno. Sad ću ti opet zvukat, jer ne smijem da pričam. Bojim se, ne znam, čuje li su stri. To jest, čuje se, nego ne znamo sve ko da čuje.
Da.
Ajde, pitat ću te samo.
Ajde, pitaj, reci test 2.
Test.
Da.
Test.
Treba će mi tvoja pomoć sad. Ajmo. To jest ne sad, nego kad bude Zoom. Možemo da ugasimo. Zašto? Kad sad ja pričam na mikrofon, na ove njihove, ti mene čuješ fino, ali mi se ovdje eho stvara. Što znači da mi moramo ovo da smanjimo u momentu kad bilo koji sale priča. Ovo se smanjuje.
Kad neko čak i odgovornika.
Tako je. Znači kad bilo koji sale priča, ovo se smanjuje. Kad se ovaj sa Zooma, mada mislim da će on drži predavanje. Jedino taj razgovor ako bude, tu moramo nekako gledati.
Ovo ti je Zoom, jel?
Pazi, ovo mi je sad zvučnik.
Dobro.
Sad, ako su mi upaljeni mikrofoni iz sale i pričamo sa Zoom, čuje se eho. Jesi čuo, aha? Znači, kad je ovo pojačano, imamo eho. Tako je, sad nemamo eho. Sad, ali čujemo zvuk. To je to. Kad pričaju iz sale, ovo treba bude smanjeno. Sa Zooma treba bude pojačano. Kad neko govori preko Zooma, ovo treba bude pojačano. Jel' tako? Sad me čujete, sad se čujemo na zvučnik lijepo, jel' tako? To je to. Kad ovo smanjim, sad me niko ne čuje na zvučnike, tako je. Niko me ne čuje na zvučnike. Ali sad recimo, idi, pođi na mikrofon neki. I pričaj. Ajde vidim mogu li ga naći, možda da ne moramo da radimo ovo. Ajde pričaj, 5 rečenica izgovori. Test.
Evo nas u Petrovcu, došli smo da odradimo probu tonsku za Skype. Ne znam je li ti ovo ovako ok.
Jeste.
Za Zoom.
Pričaj.
Trenutno je pauza za ručak koja traje 45 minuta. Prošlo je nekih 15 do 20 minuta, tako da bi za nekih 20 minuta trebali bi da nastavimo sa panelom. U tom panelu će se uključiti neki gost koji treba preko Zooma da kaže nekoliko minuta itd.
Sad bi trebalo da se čujem lijepo na zvučnik. Kako se čujem na zvučnik?
Meni je okej.
To je to.
And after the lunch break, so I'm very happy to chair the next panel session, which is devoted to secularism, Catholicism, and the order, rethinking religious and constitutional identities in Central Europe. And we have three speakers, and we start with Maria Roginska from the University of the National Education Commission in Krakow, and Maria talks us about imagining the sacred Soviet materialism and its impact on science-based religious imaginary in Poland and Ukraine. So Maria, the floor is yours. Yes, please.
Yes, it's a bit of a pity because pictures here are generated by the artificial intelligence. So I want you to pay attention to that. They're based on real quotations from, as I'm going to show, come from the dialectical materialism of the Soviet time. Anyway, my talk will be about quite a special case of secularism, Soviet secularism, which, as some of us remember, was based on science, scientific atheism. But as I want to say and show, produced some sort of imaginary or enchanted science, which sort of was a mystical dimension in this very anti-religious Soviet culture. And before I start, I would like to start actually from a quote, which I want to be a metaphor, which please do keep in mind of my next couple of points. And it comes from 1920s Bolshevik journal Bezbozhnik, where Nikolai Bukharin wrote, "It is necessary to overthrow the autocracy in the heavens, expel the gods from the temples, and move them to the cellars, and the malicious ones to the concentration camps." Yes, so I want you to keep in mind this metaphor of a cellar, because what happens? The gods are never exterminated, they do not vanish, they still exist, but in a suppressed form. So actually what I will be speaking about, some sort of smuggling the religious or mystical culture under the guise of science in the Soviet Union. And really, some of the smuggling took place just because of a structural sort of structure of science and religion in the Soviet Union, because science was supposed to refute religion. And because of that, it actually merged with religion, because science had to deal with the religious issues, miracles, for example, all mysterious things, and talk at length about them. But of course, there were many more types of smuggling mystical feeling or religious sense to science. One of them is something which I call the mystified unknown. You can see this in all sorts of anti-religious texts. When someone says, "We haven't yet discovered the explanation of this mystery," the science will obviously discover it at some point, but for now. And then they start fantasies and mystification. Another type is just based on this double-think culture, which was the Soviet culture, because the Soviet population, I remember this very well, was so used that the government lies that they easily assumed that they lie also about objective science. So maybe science is more mysterious, in fact, and maybe there are some esoteric mysteries in science. I will not talk about that. I will I will rather concentrate on the imaginary, because you can say something rationally, but you can imagine something completely else, actually. So I will very briefly mention why, in general, I am interested in this imaginary. That's because I'm a sociologist, and very briefly, I can just tell you that I had two quite extensive research of religious imagination of natural scientists from Poland and Ukraine, and I discovered that Polish and Ukrainian natural scientists had different imagination of the divine. And while Poles would be typically sort of post or Catholic in their imagination, they would imagine matter and spirit separately. So you would have matter and God who is transcendent. So you have science, which is based on secular research, and you have religion, which deals with different mysteries. So, but in Ukraine, it was completely different. It was united. It was material. So they would imagine God as a material entity, and I had another go in my research studying Lithuanian and Ukrainian natural scientists, and I was very surprised really to find out that their imaginary was similar, and it was strange because if you remember, Lithuania is a Catholic country, so it was not a Catholic religion now producing this similar to Ukrainian imaginary, which was also monistic, holistic, and in general, it operated three main patterns: the mind, the planet as such a mystical entity, meta entity, and energy. This is how my Ukrainians and Lithuanians imagined God. Yeah, not a spirit or invisible agency. And so this is an introduction. So in general, you can say that this imagination was based on a pattern of living, thinking, energetically saturated, dynamic, united matter. This is how my post-Soviet scientists imagined God. So my question then was, what could have shaped this kind of the imaginary? And you understand that it probably not a religious narrative or imagination was what united Lithuanians and Ukrainians, but probably what was in common was the Soviet time, the Soviet historical past. And my question was it some other ontological narrative, which was not a religious narrative, but some other dominating ontological narrative, which could have influenced formation of such imaginary in the Soviet past? And my main idea, my main proposal is that yes, the main ontological narrative in the Soviet times was the dialectical materialism. And it was really a powerful narrative, which was imposed on the whole population. And it was monistic narrative, which accentuated all forms of the imaginary unity, unity of matter and of spirit. and culture and history and society. And I then started studying text of 1920s to find out how does it work in the real, real material of the epoch. And if you look at already 1920s, it was Lenin's idea to, as he wrote, penetrate science with dialectical materialism. It was an obligatory thing to do. And the problem was, unfortunately, that no one knew who could who was obliged to do that, because in 1920s Lenin of course introduced this institution of red professors who would come from the proletariat class, but they were uneducated, so they couldn't have done this actually. So this production of the scientific imaginary based on the dialectical materialism was for a short time, for around 10 years, remaining the responsibility of the old professors. And the old professors, what happened actually, were people of, turn of the centuries. It was a completely different academic culture and completely different academic imagination. They were all influenced by this discovery of energy, of thermodynamics, of Einstein's formula, which would assume or would sort of suggest that energy and matter is the same, and energy is some general undermining the whole principle undermining the whole universe. Um, uh, so if you look at the text of the period, you will see that living matter, living substance, living natural body, energy, force, motion, this was exactly the terms which they operated in the scientific writing of this generation. So look at this, for example, this three periods in psychology, how the Soviet psychology developed. I mean, it was proposed by Alexander Luria, one of the famous Soviet psychologists. So he writes that before 1922, there was this idealistic psychology, which means the one which had to be refuted, yes? Had to be refuted by the material psychology. Then comes this very important period, important for us, 1920s, 1931, and it was exactly this generation of old professors who would try to negotiate with the dialectical materialism and who produced actually the ontological basis for the new Soviet sciences for the future decades. And then he says after that time, there was a truly Marxist psychology already. So if you look at the text of the epoch, you can see that the main metaphors in this text is unity, really. Unity of society and matter and people and nation and yes, thinking. Environment, which is actually presented as a cosmic factor of influence, and thinking of human beings is actually a feature of highly organized matter in line with the dialectical materialism. So if you look at the text of the epoch, you can see that the environment becomes something really mysterious and fantastic. Yes, the environment is something enormous, growing, yes, boundless in terms of borders, infinitely diverse. Yes, environment is everything, it is the whole. And this early Soviet science produced a couple of very important metaphors, images, which later became important for the Soviet nation, for the Soviet people, yes, for the Soviet sort of Soviet secret esoteric culture. I will not talk a lot about this, of course, but look at the pictures. This is AI produced pictures of based on real quotations of the period. So three metaphors, which are the collective personality, sort of a collective body of living matter that reacts together as a simple organism. It's noosphere by Vernadsky, which is an equivalent of Gaia theory, but Soviet equivalent, which is a thinking planet essentially, which also is evolved as a form of a living matter, and biofield, which is a living matter that produces some kind of mysterious radiation. So this is very quickly Vernadsky and his a couple of his quotations. I will quickly skip this because you anyway can't see. But I mean, noosphere, even in the interviews with my scientists, all right, is very often part of popular religious imagination. And the my main surprise actually was that if you look at the text of dialectical materialism itself, you can see a lot of completely esoterical occult texts, which would produce this kind of imagination, like this one. Look at this. Everything that was rigid became fluid, writes angels, yeah, in this Dialectics of Nature, which was a Bible of Soviet scientists for a long time. And the dialectical materialism operated with the mystified matter, mystified energy, and of course this idea of synthesis, which in 1960s and 1970s caused sort of an explosion of different new age movements within the Soviet Union already, and explosion of popular culture. Look at this founding father of Soviet science fiction, who didn't only preach the doctrine of noosphere, but also thought that dialectical materialism was an occult teaching. Look at this image. If I don't know if you can see, but this is biomass, exactly living matter, which transforms the whole planet. It's an alien planet, but it's the same image. Or Solaris. Some of us know this is a novel by Stanislav Lem, which is a thinking planet as well. And in 1990s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a huge explosion of straightforward New Age esotericism, really New Age religions or esoteric practices like this, psychic healers, who all would think and talk in terms of this living, mysterious, enchanted science and matter. Like this one, Alan Chumak, who would, yes, he would spread his energy and charge with his energy jars with water. I mean, I remember my grandmother sitting near the television, and it was very famous in the Soviet Union. Anyway, just briefly to the conclusions. I think that religious imaginary, which is images and ideas expressed in images, can be formed under the influence of the main dominating ontological narrative of the culture. Imagine Western Europe in Middle Ages. The main ontological narrative was Christian, yes, and the religious imaginary was formed by it. But in the Soviet time, of course, it was a dialectical materialism. I think that it did create an imaginary open to science, but science of a very specific type, an enchanted science, a mystified science, a mystical science. I think that this could have actually been preserved till now in some cultural memory of the post-Soviet society, because I can find this in my interviews with the natural scientists. They talk in the same terms as in 1920s. And the most general conclusion probably is that the imaginary can be politically manipulated, because the Soviet Union was a manipulative regime. But the imaginary doesn't work in accordance to the plan. Yes, it doesn't. I mean, it is influenced by it, but by politicians, but it somehow doesn't behave according to their will. So the will was to create an atheistic society. And in fact, what happened? The Soviet Union has created a mystified, quasi-religious science and science-based imaginary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. So our next speaker is Michał Warhala, and Michał is going to talk about after Catholicism, or how to conceptualize the religious situation in Poland.
Nie pojawia się niestety. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to, of course, I would like to thank the organizers for accepting my presentation for this conference. And I would like to say that it's a great pleasure that I can say a few things about Poland to you. My presentation is entitled. This formulation is slightly different from what you have in the program. That's why I want to repeat it. After Catholicism, with a question mark, some reflections on the religious situation in Poland, which is, of course, a very long and complicated story made short and simple for the purposes of this presentation. So please excuse me if it sounds too simple for you, or if it sounds simplistic for you. But I had to cut a very large part of what I wanted to say. We should start. In fact, if we want to talk about the position of the Catholic Church in Poland and the position of Catholicism, Catholic religion in Poland, we have to start in the 19th century, or at the beginning of the 19th century. But instead, to make the long story short, I will start the communist period. And one important fact, that during the communist period, the Catholic Church remained the only nationwide large institution that was that remained independent from the influence of the communist authorities. There was a very short period at the beginning of the communist rule, the so-called Stalinist period, when the communist regime tried to crush the Catholic Church, tried to destroy it completely. But this attempt failed, and later there was some sort of coexistence of the communist authorities and the Catholic Church, in which period the Catholic Church remained, in fact, independent. Thanks to the policy of the church leaders, Catholicism became an important factor of the social and political life. Some sociologists even say about the so-called Catholic counterculture. The Catholic counterculture that very consistently opposed the enforced secularization undertook by the communist regime. So that's the beginning of the story. Then comes the collapse of communism, the year 1989, and when the Catholic Church is obviously on the winning side, it is obviously a winner of the situation. I mean, it comes out of communism as one of the leading social forces, and it wants to regain its position. In fact, in some respects, it even wanted to sort of come back to the situation from before the communist period, to the pre-communist period. So religious education is back in schools. Religious symbols appear in the public sphere, reappear in the public sphere, and church wants to influence politics. There are three elements of this sort of winning side of on which the church is after 1989. However, some social processes start which undermine, which started to undermine its position. First of all, there are less and less people who
religion, who declare themselves believers, and who practice religion, especially among the youngest generations. Yeah. Now, according to the newest data, newest sociological data, 30% of the youngest, the so-called Z generation, now in Poland, declare themselves non-believers or unbelievers. Yeah. There are only 14% of non-believers among the general population, and only 23% of the youngest generation declare regular practicing, which means going to church once a week, at least once a week, for the Sunday Mass. And 34% of the general population declare themselves participating regularly. So that's the first. However, the second thing is that the church seems to be losing the position of moral authority, which was its position during the communist period and long after, in the 1990s, for example. The Catholic Church was an undisputable moral authority. There are more and more negative opinions about Catholic Church. When one asks the respondents in the poll, how do you judge the functioning of the Catholic Church? There are more and more people who judge it negatively. Yeah, if you compare the percentages from the 1989 to those of 2000 and 2020 and 24, you can see the drastic fall, and you can see that the church seems to be losing the position of moral authority, of the institution which gives moral, which can give moral learning, moral patterns to the whole population. And the second thing is it's the church. A church, according to the Polish respondents, church cannot give convincing answers to many questions related to morality, social life, and so on. And you can see this on the next slide. These are the data from the so-called European Values Study, which is a large poll conducted in many countries. There are several national editions of this poll. One of those is realized in Poland, is conducted in Poland. So when you have the data from the unfortunately from the 2017. I didn't find newer data. So there are three questions. Does the church give right answers to questions related to family life, to individual moral problems, and to social and political problems? And here you can have you have only yes answers in the first two columns. These are answers from the 2017, and in the other two columns the data from 1990, and you can see the change, right? Now less than half of the respondents and 40% of the respondents among the youngest generation, generally less than half of the population finds these answers convincing. I mean, finds Catholic teaching, Catholic social and political, especially political teaching, convincing. So, as I said, you can see the difference, right? With more than 80% finding it convincing at the beginning of the 1990s. And the third factor is some sort of a hidden, I would say, it's some sort of an undercurrent of popular anti-clericalism. And just two symptoms of this coming from the popular culture or from the public sphere. In 2018, the movie was realized under the title of Cler in Polish, or Clergy, which is called Clergy in English, presenting a strongly critical picture of the Polish Catholic Church. I think it was a story. It wasn't a documentary. It was a story, and this picture was really strongly critical, and it included pathologies such as alcoholism and child sexual abuse and so on. And this movie became a blockbuster. This movie became the third most popular movie shown in Polish movie theaters. Yeah, it was even more popular than Titanic by James Cameron. So it can tell you something. It was even more popular than Jurassic Park or Titanic. And the second example is the 2019 documentary. This time it was a documentary, Tell No One, Tylko nie mów nikomu in Polish. Tell No One. This was a documentary. Which was published on the internet, only on YouTube. And it was about child sexual abuse among the clergy, and it's presenting really drastic examples of this, very drastic examples of this. But it was very well documented. Everything was very well documented in this documentary. So and it was a huge success as well. Yeah, it was a huge success, and not only because it was sensational in a sense. It was sensational. It really was sensational, but in the Polish context, it was really a huge success. So just to conclude, so what is actually going on here? I mean, what is actually going on? What is going on here in Poland with Catholicism, with the position of Catholic Church? Of course, the simplest answer, and there are some external markers then which tell you that this is the right answer. The simplest answer is that this is the case of belated secularization, with Poland catching up with Western European secularization processes which accelerated in the 1970s. Or just Poland is simply repeating the Western European pattern, as with the influence of religion drastically falling down, the influence of churches or the Catholic Church drastically falling down. Okay, we may say that, of course, but I think there's a less obvious answer, which says that we can see here not just a simple case of secularization, or belated secularization, but some sort of a set of more complex historical processes, more complex historical sequence of processes. First, a desecularization of the public sphere, which happened after 1989, when the public sphere was secularized by the communist regime, and then it became desecularized by the joint effort of the Catholic Church and the population, right, and the Polish population. This was a sort of reenchantment going back to the pre-communist period. And of course, in the longer run, it was doomed to failure. Yeah, it was doomed to failure. You cannot just come back to the previous period. You cannot rebuild the influence of any institution, right? In such a simple way. So it was okay. Just two more sentences. So this was followed by parallel processes of secularization and something I would know post-secularization. And it was secularization. You could see this with falling rates of religious practices, falling rates of not only going to the Sunday Mass, but also of baptisms and church marriages and so on, because this phenomena they go together. And so what is post-secularization in this context? Post-secularization is building a new post-Catholic compromise formation, what I would call compromise formation, in which Catholic tradition functions as a steadily fading framework, which is gradually furnished with diverse elements which are not Catholic, which might be even not religious. Yeah? But this is something this is something. There are more and more people in Poland who declare themselves believers, but they don't practice. They say it openly. They don't practice. They sort of see Catholicism as a sort of cultural framework, and cultural framework only, and a fading one, which plays minor role in their lives, right? So so they see it, they consider it important, but not it is not a living thing for them, right? So this is what I called post-secularization. It's cultural Catholicism furnished with more and more elements which are not Catholic, which might not even be religion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michał. Thank you very much. Our last speaker of this panel is Marietta van der Tol from the University of Oxford. And Marietta's talk is about the fashioning of the order in Europe's constitutional repertoire, the cases of Poland and Hungary. Yes, please, Marietta.
Thank you very much. Let me first thank again the organization of this wonderful conference. I feel like I'm surrounded by so much knowledge that I've never encountered before, and it's a real joy. My presentation today is based on my book, Constitutional Intolerance, The Fashioning of the Other in Europe's Constitutional Repertoires. Now, this book was meant to come out in August, but there has been a bit of a cyber issue with the publisher. So maybe it will come out in September, maybe it will come out in October, but I'm going to give you a sneak peek, I guess, until then. So I think what is maybe a good way to start is this this image that was published, I believe, in the New York Times. It's my students have found it wonderful. It's a silly joke, but it's a good way to start. So what I'm looking at in this book is basically the influence of far-right movements on the development of constitutional law in Europe. When I look at some specific things, the contents for today, I will run through, not through all of the cases, I'll only run through the cases of Poland and Hungary. But the overview is this. I'm going to start telling you something about historical practices of toleration, where I look at this as a discretionary administrative practice, so not so much what people think or felt about each other, or how even people behave towards each other in social context, but what happens specifically in the context of governance and of statehood or civil authority. Then there is a question, is this intolerance somehow embedded in constitutional law, or are there structures through which intolerance is still possibly reproduced in the law? And the cases that I have are from the Netherlands and France as two examples of liberal-leaning states. We're going to leave those to the side. And then in the book, I also have two examples from what I call illiberal-leaning states, i.e. Hungary and Poland. We've had elections in Poland a year ago. I think some of the things I've written specifically with respect to law and justice is not necessarily representative for where Poland is at today. And then asking a question, what is the significance here really for constitutional law? Well, you might think, what does all of this have to do with imaginaries? So here we go. In a historical sort of observation of toleration, we see that this is very strongly entwined with what we call political imaginary. And that is basically a set of images that help us understand what a political community is, how it is embodied, and what it is not, and who does not really embody that story. And this corpus Christianum, as I call it in my book, is drawn from the idea of the corpus as it is coming out of the Christian tradition, is nodding to the body of Christ. But in the specific iteration of this as a political imaginary, we see sort of a triangle of a territory, of people, and a certain teleology or certain sort of destiny what you might be working towards. Now, the foundation for toleration itself is found in canon law, and there it is expressed as tolerare potest or as dissimulare potest. And what we see here is two things. One is that toleration is very much about the withholding of the sword, that even though you have an authority to do something about a minority you might dislike, you still choose not to use that power. So it's about a withholding of the sword, rather than we somehow like these minorities, or somehow we're not so bothered by these minorities. Something else is going on. And the basis on which these decisions are made, according to historical scholars, are to do with truth. How wrong do we think you are? It's to do with unity. How disruptive do we think you have been? Public order and peace. Do you participate in rebellions or even in war? Or is there a question about where will you be loyal to if there was unrest or war? And of course, economic benefits. If you brought money into the community, maybe your difference was not so problematic after all. Now, this translates historically in layers of visibility and invisibility. Again, there is wonderful historical work done in this space, particularly by Benjamin Kaplan, who describes sort of different layers as comprehension, Auslauf, hidden presence, and parity. I'm not going to delve into the details of this, but you might think of a spectrum of pushing out and pushing in, as it were, in which parity is more the side of the spectrum in which coexistence happens, and comprehension more a side of the spectrum in which coexistence really means that the minority adjusts themselves and outwardly at least conforms to the norm. I come back to this in the idea of constitutionalism, of the idea of social norms. So I'm going to skip quite a lot of material that I would discuss otherwise in my book about temporalities and about spatialities, how those interact with being a minority, yes or no. But I think some of the issues that remain are really the issue of the question, who is the other, who is the minority, what are we talking about? And is that really just religion, or is that much more diverse? It might be ethnicity, it might be race, it might be gender, sexuality. And there is also something about a very tangible impact on public space. And this comes under the third point, where we see that intolerance is embedded in the Constitution. Again, it has a spatial impact. Now, what I say in my book is a more technical thing, and this is the first point on the slide, is that there are several repertoires in the law, and some of this might look like changing a constitution, some of this might look like sort of making claims that the constitution says things that it doesn't really say. It might mean that you tweak the meaning of a particular word in the constitution, and this happens quite often with public order. But also that you say something in the constitution, or say that something is in the constitution that isn't really there. And this is where modern imaginaries come back into play. So again, I've taken examples from both liberal and illiberal leaning states, and we're going to fast forward now to Hungary. So I've spent a bit of time in Hungary over the last couple of years, really as an attempt to get to know Hungarian society better, also be able to interview people, be able to attend some conferences that I might not necessarily seek out for leisure, but are very informative. Sometimes that has included a far-right rally, which, again, there's very few things that are more illuminating than actually spending time among the people who I might criticize in my work. But what has happened in Hungary is this: there was a new constitution, so a very dramatic example, as it were, of this sort of constitutional practice. And what we see here is almost a constitutional Christianism. There's all these declarations we profess, we think, we believe in the preamble of the Hungarian constitution. And what is really interesting is that the constitution names something different. It says there's something like a system of national cooperation. That is a phrase that is different from the models of church-state relationships as we have encountered them so far in Europe, but it's sort of nodding a little bit to the idea of symphonia, and maybe the Eusebian style of thinking about religion and politics that we heard Emil talk about this morning. But what is really interesting is that this sort of outward profession of Christianity and the privileging of some of the churches, for example, the Catholic Church or the Reformed Church, and a couple of churches that are recognized for convenience purposes, like the Russian Orthodox Church and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, is that actually the minority churches have had a harder time under the Fidesz government. And this is not often paid attention to, much less so in the international media. So in 2011, 2012, one of the first things that happened with the new constitution was that there was also a new church law, and a new church law took away the legal personality of all the churches and said, if you want to be a church, you've got to come back to Parliament and ask if we think you are a church, which was a very interesting moment, because this re-registration, there was only a half a year or so to sort it out, but the recognition by Parliament came by a two-thirds majority, which happens to be the majority that Fidesz has. So really what you're doing to be a church is coming back to Fidesz and ask, am I a church? Very interesting sort of experience. what will happen is that the churches that were supportive of the government receive their church status back, often with even quite specific privileges that one might associate with being an established church or Staatskirche. But the churches that didn't register as church could maybe get registered as some sort of recognized society, or if they couldn't even manage that, their assets would be liquidated, and that was the end of them. So this is very interesting. There's one minority church that has followed this all the way to the European Court of Human Rights and said, this is not like a violation of our human rights, specifically the freedom of religion and belief. And the European Court of Human Rights said, yes, it is in fact a quite grave violation of your freedom of religion and belief. However, this has not led the Fidesz government to amend its ways in any way. So if you want to read more about this saga, read not just my book, but also keep an eye on the media, what is published about what really goes on with religious freedom in Hungary. What is interesting here is that the other is not really religion as such, is the politically this is a political minority or the opposition churches that sort of are on the receiving end of this. It is inscribed in the law, which is where the constitutional repertoire comes in. And again, there's a very clear sort of visibility in public space in that the churches that are privileged have received tremendous funding to undertake building new seminaries, building or rebuilding churches or renovating those churches. And if you compare that with the minority churches that, you walk in and you kind of think you sort of walk back into the 90s, is that there's a very sort of aesthetic sense to, are you in or out of this this political bubble? Really interesting. The other example I use is Poland. And what is really interesting here is the othering of the gender and sexual minorities. So this is, again, different from sort of religion versus the state, in which religion is the church. I'm looking more at what is the other. And in this case, the other is the set of LGBT identities. What you see in the case of Poland is that under Law and Justice, there was sort of a revival of the idea of the Polish Catholic identity. And it was not just a revival, it was kind of there since the 90s, as I think has been explained by our colleague just now. But what is really interesting is that even though both in Hungary and in Poland, church attendance is fairly low, it's in case of Hungary actually quite comparable to the Netherlands, so fairly secular, is that there is this political sort of projection of commoning of Christianity. That's maybe not so self-evident as they might make it sound. What is really interesting is that there is a claim of historicity, so it's sort of reaching into the past as well as into the future by wanting to enshrine things into the constitution. It's kind of a way of saying we want things to stay this way. So that's really interesting. Now, the example that I use in terms of constitutional intolerance, in this case, is basically saying that there's something in the constitution that's not really there. So what happened? The Ordo Juris Institute, which looks at sort of Catholicism or the influence of Catholicism / impact on legal culture, not just in Poland, but in several states. This is how the transnational right operates these days. Got involved with the issue of marriage and sort of issued a brochure that stated that in the constitution there was a certain projection of what marriage was, which happened to coincide with their Catholic understanding of what constitutes marriage. And what is really interesting is that the way that this came up was not so much via Ordo Juris, but it came up via what was called the LGBT-free zone. This is a sort of very savvy way of portraying what happened in a very administrative sense locally. Because what happened locally was that some declarations were signed by local authorities, sometimes with consultation of the local council, not so much with consultation of the local council, that basically said there's no space for LGBT identities in our town. What is really interesting is that these declarations were sort of pre-written by the Ordo Juris Institute and then disseminated via the Law and Justice Party to these local communities. So what was really happening was sort of giving the impression that there was all this local uproar about LGBT identities, but it was a highly registered and highly organized effort, in fact. This is being picked up by the European Union in different ways, sometimes in a polemic way to say, Poland really needs to look after its rule of law. which it's still very true. But at the same time, there is also an understanding, I think a growing understanding that, again, what happened with these so-called LGBT-free zones was not so representative of Poland and current Polish society. After all, some of these declarations have been challenged in court. Initially, administrative courts were saying, well, but this isn't quite law, is it? But the Supreme Administrative Court said actually there was such a tangible consequence that we cannot but treat this as a form of law, even if it was an ill-guided version of it. So the other LGBT identities, the form, these declarations or family charters, and again, the consequence, very public, who has a space in our local community or not. Now, the significance for constitutional law is manifold, but I want to highlight a couple of things. One is making an effort to track the impact of right-wing populism and the ways in which right-wing imaginaries function on the development of constitutional law, and then looking at both liberal and illiberal leaning states. I think that reveals something about the quality of democracy that we haven't talked about so far, but that is really key to understanding what is at stake. I think it's really good to keep paying attention to what happens with minority groups, whether they are religious or otherwise minoritized, and what their space is and what the room is that they have in public space, whether that is through pushing them out or through commoning a particular narrative that isn't very inclusive of them. And I think from a legal perspective, what is really relevant here is to describe these sort of pseudo-constitutional practices, one as a sort of an effort to contribute to the legal discipline, and sort of say, can we say in a more precise way what this impact is of these right-wing movements, but also to maybe use some of these arguments in court should any of these cases come again to the European Court of Human Rights or elsewhere. Because it's not enough to say we didn't like this ideology, or it's not enough to say we didn't like this politics. It's really, what is enough is a good legal argument when it comes to these spaces. So I really am invested in those legal conversations, but at the same time, the sociological and the historical traces of intolerance cannot really be forgotten, I don't think. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Marietta, and thank you all for your talks. And we have, yes, around 10 minutes for discussion. Yeah, so yes, please, first questions from the audience. Yes, please, Dominika.
Thank you very much. So I want to ask Marietta, because I'm a constitutional lawyer myself and I deal with constitutional identity, so it was really interesting to hear your presentation and exciting to hear about your book. And I was thinking something which caught my attention during my research, and you probably are acquainted with this case, which was before the European Court of Human Rights, Turkish Welfare Party. When they had this program, and to cut it short, they were promoting the implementation of Sharia law in some aspects, and this party had been banned by Turkish authorities, its work. Then they complained to the European Court, and the European Court found no violation of the European Charter of Human Rights because of the ban, saying that the European Charter only protects what does not destroy the underlying concept and foundation of the European order, which they implicitly said, for example, the Sharia law and the Islamic political worldview formulated in that manner, it does destroy the underlying European concept of tolerance and so on. And this is something I brought in relation with the famous Beckenferde paradox, saying that the European order and legal tradition has this underlying Christian background. So what I wanted to tell you is something which I believe both people from Hungary and Poland could raise as a question, say, when being attacked on these new constitutional amendments, and so by saying, yes, of course, but this which we build, if you scratch enough, truly has an underlying Christian tradition, and they could, on that argument, find a basis and justify the manner in which they are moving. And from my anecdotal insight, it seems to me that this is the trend in Europe, like this return to the old and saying, okay, but we need to, if we want to preserve Europe, we need to preserve these traditions which are Christian. So what is your view on this problem?
Thank you for that question. I think when we look at Europe, of course, there's several institutions. There's the European Union, and then there's the Council of Europe. And the European Court of Human Rights is part of the Council of Europe, not of the European Union. And it means that when some of the cases that come to the Council of Europe, they arrive from a number of states that are not part of the European Union. So I think that is a first important distinction to make. Like, what is the court actually commenting on or not, in distinction from what the European Union might be concerned about? I think at the same time, the court often functions as a correction to whatever went wrong domestically, and that might look very differently from state to state. And it's always emphasized, despite the best efforts of lawyers to try and universalize these arguments that the European Court makes, is that actually it's a highly localized decision that will be made about this particular case arising in a particular jurisdiction. So what I think what that is bringing out is a level of inconsistency that is perceived by people who think that the court should speak with one voice across all of these contexts. So I think that is an important caveat to start with. But I think the criticism that the court has faced over the last couple of years is actually that it doesn't seem to protect religion all that well, or only if it is about maybe a particular kind of Christian religion. So there are questions, I think, even in the legal community about what this means going forward for these cases. But one of the main sort of unresolved questions really at the moment, I think, derives from the SAS France case, which kind of didn't really accept, or kind of accepted, the language of vivre ensemble, or of living together, which has had an enormous influence in France as a way of marginalizing Muslim communities. And the question is really, did the court mean to say that this was now possible in other contexts as well, or is it actually kind of needing another opportunity to say maybe we didn't try to say that this living together doctrine was applicable across the board? So it's interesting to see sort of how the court navigates some of these questions. I don't think they're terribly sympathetic towards Hungary when Hungary was saying, but look, we're actually doing all these things for religion. The court was still saying, but this was, what you did to the minority church was a grave violation of the freedom of religion. So I don't think that the Christian undercurrent necessarily serves Hungarian or Polish interests in court, because at the end of the day, the arguments will be legal more than cultural.
Okay, I think we have still time for one question. So, Emil, would like to ask the question.
Thank you. Is it on? It's on. Good. Thank you so much for an interesting panel going for the imaginary of the post-communist periods and communist periods to the kind of data on the Catholics and then to the legal. There was kind of an interesting parallel in the imaginary. I was thinking both to Michael, is it, and to Marietta, there is this kind of interesting, because you're touching on Poland and the Catholic group. It's interesting that it's losing ground in the statistic, as Michael pointed out, but at the same time launching this kind of program of marginalization of the LGBTQ. And I want to ask both of you, do you see this marginalization process from a Catholic point of view as a reaction towards the losing of its status? So it's sort of a reaction to its own losing moral authorities. It has to bolster itself in the public square and in the legislation, or does it come from somewhere completely else than this? So is it fostered within the Catholic community, or is it fostered within somewhere else?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, there's this kind of reaction on the part of the Catholic Church, which at least try to make some sort of a political alliance with a right-wing party, the Law and Justice, which was in power until 2023, and and I wouldn't say that the church is marginalized in Poland or Catholic religion is marginalized. I didn't try to show this because it loses ground, yes, but it's not marginalized. I mean, church is still a very powerful institution. It is really very powerful when you observe the public ceremonies, public rituals in Poland, for example. And there's always participation on the church officials. Always when there are state ceremonies, for example, still a couple of bishops always present. So it's a very politically, in terms of politics, very powerful institution. So it can it loses ground socially. I mean among the population, especially among the younger generations. But politically, it's very powerful. So it tried to make this alliance, political alliance with the party with the government party, and try to promulgate certain things that by means of this alliance promulgate certain things that that it liked from the point of view of its worldview, right? Against LGBT, for example, all those things were sort of perhaps not sponsored, perhaps not officially supported by the church, but it was to its liking, definitely, right? This kind of constitutional guarantees against, for example, LGBT, against other religions, against people who are different from the point of view of, say, gender and so on. Right? So it was definitely to its liking. I mean, to the liking of the Catholic Church. So. Yes.
Sadly, I need to interrupt. We need to move to the next panel. Sorry for because it is so interesting, but I hope you can continue during the coffee break. So let's thank our speakers again, and thank you very much. Thank you.
can continue. My name is Marina Batsman. I am an assistant professor at the American University of Central Asia, and I will be introducing this panel, which is called Representation of Secularism Across Eastern Europe and Beyond, from Science Fiction to Caricature. And the first presenter will be Olaf Blaschke from University of Münster, and he will be giving a talk on the title Caricatures as Indicator and Factor for the Dynamics of Secularism in the 19th and 20th century. So welcome the speaker.
In the European culture wars, the dynamics of secularism were culminating. Research about this process relies on textual sources, authored by journalists, politicians, philosophers, theologians, and so on. Our approach, and I'm talking about historians, sociologists, theologians, I mean, we all learned that to deal with written texts, published or unpublished. This approach has been challenged by the visual turn. It inspires us to take iconic representations more serious. Why could this be important? So far, caricatures are only used to then illustrate the conflicts. They should, as I argue, rather be interpreted as a part of the conflict, indicating its dynamics as much as the text we read, as the text do, and being a factor of its dynamics as much as text were. Today, I restrict myself to the German Kulturkampf. That's where the term culture war also was coined in 1873. I like to present a systematic approach to the dynamics and dimensions of the culture war. This is one thing, of course, bishops are important. Of course, politicians are important. But I want to show that there are 7 dimensions of culture wars and not only bishops and politicians. This is the one thing I want to show, and the other one, how this conflict is reflected in caricatures. Germans are familiar. I had this in the 60s or 70s in my school book. I mean, all Germans are familiar with this caricature. Germans are familiar with the Kulturkampf primarily as a conflict between the state and the church, and it is often personalized as a dispute that Chancellor Otto von Bismarck unleashed 150 years ago with Pius IX and the Central Party, that was the Catholic Party. The most frequent picture and the most frequent caricature is this one from Kladderadatsch in 1875, Bismarck playing chess against the Pope. Unfortunately, I have no time. You see so many little things. Down on the left, for example, all the imprisoned bishops and so on. I mean, you can talk an hour about this very fantastic caricature. The standard narrative of the culture war is along the laws and the measures that primarily aimed at the Catholic Church. It is depicted as a political conflict between church and state, just like this caricature does. If you Google Kulturkampf, that is the German word for culture war, if you Google this and as pictures, you are overloaded with exactly this iconic caricature. Of the first 15 images, 10 show this chess game again. However, the Kulturkampf should not be reduced to the state-church conflict, nor to related caricatures. There are at least, I guess, 2,000 caricatures worth being studied. Many are way under the intellectual niveau we have just seen. On the title page of the Residenzboot, a priest harasses a girl. We were talking about this topic, sexual harassment and so on, abuse. These caricatures blossomed between the 1860s and the 1840s. They used the classic motive of double standards. On the one hand, the priests, they had to they were bound to celibacy. On the other hand, they practice sexual abuse. You have a lot of double standard motives. Let us go through the other 6 dimensions, which I think are important. This first one was state church. Now, on a second level, was the ideological battle between liberalism and ultramontanism. Ultramontanism is the orientation towards Rome since the 1830s. In this detail of a caricature, you see a Jesuit covering the globe with his hat and putting his foot on a book where it's written Vernunft, that is reason. So he's against enlightenment and he wants, to dominate the world. Reason, enlightenment, and Catholicism were seen as contradicting each other. A crude ideological anti-clericalism emerged among the liberal bourgeoisie, reaching to free. They were not against religion, but they wanted to free religion from clerical tutelage. Anti-clericalism was a constitutive element of the development of a civil society. Othering was the function of secularism. The third level marks the confessional or the denominational divide between the Protestant majority and the Catholic minority. In this caricature from 1872, you see Bismarck throwing an inkwell at a Jesuit, alluding to a scene from Martin Luther's biography. Luther threw an inkwell to the devil in one of the stories. So Bismarck is identified with the Protestant hero. A socio-historical perspective recognizes how the conflict was underpinned by social tensions between wealthier urban Protestants and the masses of the poor, more rural Catholics, who had a dramatic educational deficit. This image from 1880, which you can hardly see, but believe me, claims that there's a Volksschule, a primary school on the left, that clerics want to rule primary school again. It was taken from them in the Culture War in the 1870s. And this would make, if this comes, would make people so stupid that they prefer to pay the Peter's penny instead of state taxes. The rule of the mob, the Catholic mob, the masses, the stupid, was putting the progress of the secular society in danger. Recent research shows that concepts about masculinity and femininity collided in the Kulturkampf. The conflict was also a gender struggle. The masculine state tried to control the feminized church. In this image from 1873, the Pope, his priests, and all the Catholics musicians are women. The title says European Ladies Orchestra, Europäisches Damenorchester. The figures contradict the ideal of the beauty and proper gender at the time. Neither real women nor real men. They put the polarization of gender into disorder. The othering and feminization of Catholicism was the counterfoil of Protestant masculinism and of a decent gender order in a modern society, in a modern secular society. The spatial turn looks at nationally geographical differences. Protestants lived in the center of Germany. So what is a bit yellowish is Protestant, what is a bit violet and red is more Catholic. Protestants lived in the center of Germany, Berlin and so on. Catholics lived in the periphery, such as Bavaria, the Rhineland on the left, and Silesia. Rebecca Bennett has analyzed this spatial division. Catholics in the Rhine era claimed their territory to be the real Germany. The heart of Germany is along the Rhine and not in Berlin or somewhere. Berlin is just a hatchery of disbelief, socialism, and atheism. The transnational perspective opens up a second spatial dimension. The conflict was also fought out in the mode of German nationalism versus Catholic internationalism. Internationalism was a horrible swear word by the time. People were supposed to be national, not international. Anti-clerical chauvinism accused those who obey Rome, foreign force, of making common cause with the French and Poles. They were also in league with the socialists. So they were talking about enemies of the Reich, the Polish, the French, sometimes the Danish, but they were beaten. And of course, the Romans, Italians, Catholics. This cartoon is called International Counter Celebration. Two priests and a socialist sit at a table and drink together, and you can always detect the socialist since he's associated with petroleum. Just what you see on the right of the picture is written petroleum. When you see petroleum, you know it's either an anarchist or a socialist or a communist. That was not clear in the 1870s. The morning men, they are very sad, have an alternative celebration, boycotting the main celebration. But what is the main celebration? You can see the answer through the window on the left. There you see a column, and this column is the victory column. That is how it looked by the time. The Nazis put it somewhere else, but it's still there. You can climb it. The victory column in Berlin. It commemorated the victories against Denmark, 1864. To mention it twice. Austria, 1866, and France in 1871, and was inaugurated on September 2nd, 1873, 4 days after the caricature was published. So 4 days after this caricature, the column was inaugurated. This was the national celebration of the Germans, the good Germans. All three assembled enemies of the Reich. They did not want to take part in it. They boycotted. The caricature show how the Red and the Black International were linked together by liberal anti-clericalism. Red and Black, they were the enemies of a secular nation and of the bourgeois nation. Linguistic research shows that the semantics of the three internationals, the Catholic International, the Socialist International, correct, and the Jewish, they boomed in the years after 1870. So, there was Engram viewer, and in 1870, all three suddenly went up. Black International for Catholics, Socialists, Red, and then the Golden International for the Jewish International. They're all completely new terms. Luckily, funnily, it's also the German flag, black, red, golden. It has nothing to do with that. These national stereotypes against allegedly international powers annoyed Catholics. They didn't want to have anything to do with socialist heavens. Nevertheless, secularism linked them together. So you saw that on the picture just before, socialists and Catholics, as if they, have an alliance. The Kulturkampf was not a fight against or about religion, but a fight against proper religion. To conclude, first, it is not enough to reduce the culture war or any other religious conflicts to a state-church conflict. I think it had 7 dimensions. Their intersectionality was constitutive for the cultural wars. Second, research would be incomplete if it only concentrates on written text, like laws, speeches, newspapers, and so on. The culture war had a visual history as well, stereotypes translated into visiotypes, and vice versa. Caricatures were indicating the conflicts and serving as a factor for it as much as verbal discrimination did. And third, it is not sufficient to take caricatures only as illustrating examples and only for the conflict between Bismarck and the Pope. 2,000 caricatures allow us to win a deeper understanding of the culture war. Visual satire as a means of communication corresponded sort of congenially with to the linguistic discourse about religion, about secularization and secularity, but exceeded it sometimes in its medial dynamics. Some satirical magazines had like 500,000 readers. So we should not longer ignore these caricatures. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next presenter is Koke Risch from Brunel University, London, and he will be giving a talk which is entitled Science, Spirituality and Science Education in East European Science Fiction.
Thank you. Let me just find my talk. Is it? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everybody. Just try to find a place to leave my class, but it's nothing. Okay. Right. Hi. So just to introduce myself quickly, I'm a sociologist of science and science popularization, popular science writing. So only exactly one word in this title is part of my comfort zone. But I hope what I'm going to say is not too naive or so. But if it is, let me know. So what I'm trying to do is first of all find out how to change the slides. Oh, there you go. So what I'm trying to do is kind of initiate a research project about the influence of science fiction on science education. And as part of that, I'm starting by kind of just looking at, kind of how spiritual themes and social, political, moral, and ethical themes are being represented in science fiction. There's a brief outline of my talk, but you're going to hear about that anyway. So I'm just going to want to kind of outline why I'm doing this. So it's a project that me and Maria, you heard from her earlier, want to initialize. So we're interested in kind of the influence of science fiction on science. There's a huge amount of kind of research, and we know that science fiction has a huge amount of influence on adolescents in their future career choice. We also know that a lot of scientists, working scientists, or people who make science part of their career, like science teachers, have been huge science fiction fans in their adolescence, and in many cases still continue to be so. Right, so there's a huge kind of influence of science fiction on the careers of scientists, and also lots of interest from science education academics about kind of how can we then kind of constructively use science fiction as a way to infuse the next generation of scientists. In that sense, there's been lots of research going on about kind of how the narrative format of science fiction can make science education in some way better, right? But there's also kind of a second strand of research that actually says, well, there's science fiction. There's more things going on in science fiction because science fiction is also kind of influences wider moral, social, economic, and techno-scientific shifts in wider Western 20th century society. And this is a quote from Amanda Rees and Morris from a couple of years ago in their research project. And obviously, as you can see here, is Western 20th century societies, right? Because most of the research in this area has kind of really focused on US and maybe UK science fiction, right? So what we want to look at is Eastern European science fiction instead. And the reason for that is because there's kind of clearly a kind of a different cultural and societal atmosphere in science, in the science and society relationship in Eastern European societies, particularly during the Cold War era, right? And so this kind of our focus. We want to focus here specifically on moral and spiritual issues, how they sit within the specific cultural context of science fiction produced within the totalitarian communist states of Cold War era Eastern Europe. So there's 3 phases to our project. Phase number 1 is you want to take an analysis of selected science fiction works and their treatment of spiritual and theological issues. This is what I want to present in the rest of this paper. Phase 2 is somebody gives us lots of money, and we haven't completed that project phase yet. And phase 3 is we want to have interviews with science educators about how science fiction has influenced their thoughts about spiritual, moral, and ethical issues surrounding science. Right, so I can only talk about phase 1 so far. This also is a brief introduction to the relationship between science fiction and the spiritual or the moral issues. First of all, we've got utopia, dystopia discourses in science fiction. The relevance here is that science fiction is very often being used by its authors as a way of criticizing the society that they live in without actually having to spell it out, right? This is exactly the kind of same function that Thomas More had in his Utopia, right? He was describing a perfect society, and by implication basically saying, Elizabethan England was not perfect, right? But he didn't have to spell it out, and therefore it went through the census, right? This is not such a huge issue for American and UK science fiction writers, but it becomes something else in Eastern European science fiction that had to, be very careful about the line it treads in criticizing the society in which it was published, right? The second part is science fiction, spirituality and theology. Again, just a very kind of brief overview of the research that's been going on in this intersection before. Again, mostly focusing on Western science fiction. Right, so there's researchers went on about kind of portraying established religions and how they encounter imaginary, or how the author imagines they would encounter imaginary and new technologies, right? This is what I call the Catholics in space paradigm. We've got science fiction authors inventing new fictional religions, and then we've also got science fiction authors inventing real world religions, such as Scientology. But there's also, apart from kind of just talking about religions as such, there's also kind of a very kind of long and established strand of moral and ethical problems that are being discussed in science fiction. Right, you've got discussion, for example, about kind of, would we see alien creatures as part of God's creation? Right? How do we interact with aliens? Are there, do they, have they been saved by Jesus as well? Right? These kind of theological discussions have been going on in kind of some science fiction books. Do robots have souls? Right? Or do angels really live in heaven? And there's also apocalyptic and kind of themes about human culpability, about apocalyptics happening in science fiction. Quite a lot of science fiction is about the world or the universe ending in some way, and these are all religious themes at the end. How much time do I have for the rest? It's okay. So I want to kind of just briefly outline the one book that I've looked at for this talk. There's more to come later on when we have time to read them. So, but I find it really interesting the novel Hard to Be a God by Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, kind of the 2 most famous Soviet science fiction writers, writing in around the 1950s to 1990s, really, when Arkady Strugatsky died in 91. So they're kind of the most influential kind of Soviet Russian language science fiction authors. And as you can see, the novel Hard to Be a God has a very clear religious theme, right? Because it imagines a situation where a observer from a kind of future enlightened human society, right? Imagine kind of the Star Trek universe where everybody lives happy in some kind of democratic or communist utopia. Moves to the stars and observes less enlightened civilizations. Right, and and Boris and Arkady Strugatsky outline the kind of the moral and ethical dilemmas that the observer from technologically advanced civilization, the future humanity, encounters when he observes a medieval type situation that is sliding into a phase of totalitarian and religious nightmare, right? And what I found really, really interesting is that the Strugatskys managed to use this kind of technological, scientific, future imaginary setup as a way of discussing the moral and ethical dilemmas faced by God himself, right? Hence the title, How to Be a God. So the setup is, I've got a very lengthy quote. Apologies about that in a minute. So the setup is a human observer with advanced technology that could end the conflict that's happening on that planet he observes. Lives the life of a local in incognito, and has to make a decision about, is he going to use advanced weaponry in order to kind of crush the evil that he sees is currently oppressing the scholars and doctors of that particular society. It's a bit more complex than that, but what I found really interesting was kind of a two-page discussion right at the end of the book, where one of the locals that our protagonist, our human protagonist, has rescued from prison, who is just about to kind of be tortured to death because he was a scholar. So he rescues him, and they set up a dialogue where our human protagonist asks his scholar friend, "Imagine I am God. What advice would you have for God to eradicate evil?" And this is the conversation. Do you have enough time to read it out bitly? Yeah, I think so. So imagine, what advice would you have for God? And his interlocutor says, "I tell the Almighty Creator, I don't know your plans. Maybe you never intended to make people kind and happy. Then start wishing it. It would be so easy to achieve. Give people plenty of bread, meat, and wine. Give them clothing and shelter. Let hunger and need disappear. And with them, all that divides people would be gone too." And the Rumata, our protagonist, shook his head. What would answer you? "This would not benefit man, for the strong of your world would take from the weak that which I have given them, and the weak would remain still poor." And his interlocutor says, "I would ask God to shield the weak, enlighten the cruel princes, I would say. Cruelty is power. Having lost their cruelty, the princes would lose their power, and other cruel men would replace them." Budach, his interlocutor, stopped smiling. "Punish the cruel, then," he said firmly, "so that it would become unseemly for the strong to be so cruel to the weak. Man is born weak. He becomes strong when there's no one stronger around him. When the rule of the strong will be punished, their place will be taken by the strongest of the weak, who will also be cruel. Then everyone will have to be chastised, and this I do not desire. Then just make it so that people have all that they need, and do not take away from each other that which you gave them. Even this will not benefit people," Rumata sighed. "For when they get everything for free without working for it from my hands, they will forget how to work, lose their zest for life, and will become my pets, whom I will henceforth be forced to feed and clothe for all eternity." "Don't give it all at once," Budach said fervently. "Give it to them gradually, little by little. People will gradually take all that they need themselves." Budach gave an awkward laugh. "Yes, I see, it's not that simple," he said. "Here's another possibility. Make it so that people love work and knowledge more than anything, so that work and knowledge are the only meanings of their existence." "I could do this too," Rumata said. "But should we deprive mankind of its history? Should we exchange one mankind for another? Would it not be the same thing as wiping mankind off the face of the planet and creating a new mankind in its place? Then, Lord, wipe us off the face of the planet and create us a new and more perfect form. Or even better, leave us be and go your own way." Okay, I also find this 3 minutes perfect. Excellent. I didn't time this that well. So this I find really absolutely fascinating piece of dialogue. It's only kind of 2 pages of one one novel, right? But and I want to write a whole paper of this, and I hope it's not too naive to do this. But this is absolutely fascinating because here, the Strugatskys construct, well, I think it's kind of their own kind of personal theodicy, right? The traditional theological discussion about the nature of evil and why God tolerates evil, right? Their solution is maybe slightly different from kind of the usual maybe St. Augustine way of saying, if we get rid of evil, then people don't have the moral agency anymore to choose good, right? But they produce, what I find really interesting here is they produce a theodicy, an explanation or a theodician discussion about the nature of evil without putting God into the picture. You just say, imagine you're God, right? And the way they managed to do this is by creating a kind of future imaginary where one civilization has kind of a power that is equivalent of divine power in the eyes of the weaker or less developed civilization, right? putting in mind again Arthur C. Clarke's famous remark that advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic for the people from a non-advanced technology standpoint, right? And you can make exactly the same about God. So then we won't read this out. In the next encounter, our protagonist then has to defend himself against a irate member from the civilization he observes, who understood that he has the weapons and the power to wipe out evil in this society. And he has to defend himself and has to say, well, I can't really do anything about this, and you wouldn't really understand it because from your perspective, things might look different. So in this way, the Strugatskys kind of imagine themselves in the role of God, and they imagine the moral and ethical dilemmas that God faces himself. But they do this for a society in which God actually does not exist, right? So as a conclusion for me, I think this is going to be really fascinating because it kind of shows us how we can create a kind of what I call an atheist theodicy, right? We can create theological discussions through the techniques of science fiction as a way of sidestepping the question of whether we are religious, whether God exists or at all. But we can have these discussions, and this is how I believe theology slipped through the census and and got published in 1960s Soviet Union. I found this absolutely fascinating. Hope you did too. Anyway, thanks.
Not anymore. Can you hear us, Turkay?
Now I hear you.
Okay, we can hear you as well.
Okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
So, okay, I will start. I am not sure if you can see me, but I will start.
We can see you. Everything is fine.
Perfect. So first of all, I want to thank you. Done the introduction, I couldn't hear anything, but also many thanks to the organizers. Unfortunately, I'm not there. I was really looking forward to that, but hopefully in the future. So in my talk, I will in a way try to take you from the scope of Europe, the West, to the South Caucasus, mostly the southern peripheries of the Russian Empire. And I will try to talk about how the secular Muslim intelligentsia in the Russian Empire, how they actually understood secularism and why it is important. And also I will try to structure my talk mostly in three different form. In the first part, let's say, I will talk about how they understood secularism. And then in the second part, I will also talk about why literature, especially fictional works, were important for the intellectuals, for the local Muslim intelligentsia to promote secularism. And in the last part, I will talk about how actually secularism later, especially starting from the early 20th century, became a political agenda, and whether in fact secularism also played a role for the national unity. So, and I know that I have only 15 minutes, so I hope I will manage. So the secular Muslim intelligentsia, of course, they played an important role in advocating modernization, reform, and of course, adoption of European ideas, including secularism. Their contributions to intellectual debates in the 19th century Caucasus laid the foundation for a broader discussions about the role of religion, modernity, and Europe in shaping the future of Muslim world within the Russian Empire. The intelligentsia of the 19th century in the South Caucasus emerged as a group deeply committed to secularism, viewing secularism as a vital force for progress in Muslim societies. They believed that the separation of religion from public life and adoption of certain European values would lead to development of a more advanced and enlightened society. And of course, to understand what they meant by more advanced and enlightened society, we should have a look at their works. And then, of course, we can then get insight how secularism was perceived by those intellectuals and why it resonated so much and so strongly with them, and how their engagement with the European ideas, of course, influenced their vision of societal progress. So secularism in the South Caucasus, I think the first question should be whether it is a essentially European idea or European import, or was it actually also an indigenous evolution of local intellectual traditions? And of course, here, one of the key, I would say, questions this discussion raise is whether secularism as advocated by the Muslim intelligentsia in the South Caucasus was inherently European concept, or in fact, they, in their own mind, in their opinion, it had indigenous roots as well. So, of course, as we know, secularism in the European context is often understood as the separation of religious institutions from the state and public life, and then, of course, promotion of rational scientific worldview that transcends in a way the religious dogma. However, this is very also important because in the Muslim context, of course, in the context of generally in a broader Muslim territory, not only these parts of the Russian Empire, in the Muslim majority regions of the Russian Empire, where Islam played a significant role, not only in personal life, but also in communal life, introductions of such a concept like secularism, of course, it was challenging and it was very problematic. And the local intelligentsia who tried to make that introduction, they faced resistance, especially resistance by the local religious scholars, ulama, and even some members of the, I would say, local elites. But then, of course, this is the later part. In local intelligentsia, by the beginning of the 20th century, we can say that they were successful in their fight against religious dogmas and in their struggle bringing or introduction secularism, the way they understood it, right, into the local communities. So, and for the most of the intelligentsia, let's say for the majority of the members of the intelligentsia, secularism, so how they actually understood it, was more than just an imported idea from Europe. It was a necessary tool for reforms, for societal reforms, to get rid of the backwardness. And then, of course, the encounter with the European Enlightenment, which emphasized reason and individual rights, and of course secularism and etc. This, of course, we have to admit that it had an important influence on the local Muslim intelligentsia. And when we are talking about the local Muslim intelligentsia, of course, especially in the context of secularism, there are certain names that we have to mention. And I think the first one is, of course, Mizat Fatale Ahundov, but the case of Ahundov is different for so many reasons. The first thing is that, in fact, his understanding of secularism is very, I would say, very different than the rest of the members of the intelligentsia, because for one reason, he was actually openly atheist. He wasn't only secular. His certain beliefs were very secular, and they were very influential on the rest of, especially young members of intelligentsia. But the majority of the intelligentsia, I would say they were mostly, secular, or in a way, or they had this moderate opinion. And if we have to, of course, generalize them, with the exception of Ahundov, right? These individuals, these intellectuals, they believe that the backwardness they perceive in their own societies was in large part due to the pervasive influence of religion, namely Islam. And of course, it is domination in the public life and the lack of education. That, again, in their mind, the lack of education is also the reason for that, was also, again, the religion. So therefore, the first thing in their mind to fight with backwardness and get rid of the dominance of religion was first education. But education was only meant for the specific and almost, the minority of the society. So education, public education, of course, later it was introduced by the Russian Empire, right? But it was only starting from the 1830s. So for the majority of intellectuals, literature was the main then instrument. So they decided to create fictional characters. And of course, by creating these fictional characters, they were promoting secularism. So they would always, almost in all fictional works, you would have the protagonist, the secular young intellectual who most of the time would have already studied somewhere in Europe, and he is now back in his hometown or home city, and he has this kind of almost identity crisis as well, but he clearly knows what it is needed to be done in order to elevate the society, that he still feels connected. And then, of course, you have the main, of course, antagonist, and that antagonist is most of the case is the cleric or the religious authority, or ulama, or can be someone who is a religious representative, someone who is in fact very powerful, not only in terms of the reputation in the public, but also financially as well. But at least, if I have to give you some just a very, very quick conclusion to almost all of these fictional works, at the end, the secular young Muslim intellectuals would win in their fights against the local religious figures. So, and if I'm already talking about these works, I think I have to give examples. For instance, Two works are very important. I think one of them is Aldamış Cevaki, with what we have to translate it into English. It would be Deceived Stars. This is more like a philosophical treatise than a play. And then the second one I think is important is the Hikayeti Vasili Khan Lankaran. And if I have to again translate this into English, that would be the miserly Khan of Lankaran. So in these both works, Ahundov again, but what is here at least very interesting is that we have also strong women characters, which is almost unusual, especially considering the context. So in the mid-90s work, that both of them, right? Most of them, he wrote most of his works in the mid-1850s. So in the 1850s, in the context of Muslim society, you have this openly atheist intellectual who is creating women or female characters who are in fact intellectually as well much superior than their male family members. And at the end, this together with the secular young male characters, the female characters, they win. So this is also it was also revolutionary as well, because by winning over religious male characters, this is in fact in a way also saying that male members of society, they are not always actually intellectually superior. In fact, his underlying message, I think, at least maybe the way how I want to see it, is that female in the most cases, when the certain issues are discussed, are more trustworthy and actually smarter. And this if we have to generalize again, this is the most, I think, important message of his works is this. And then if I have to quickly move to the other part, which is while I'm still discussing the importance of literature, of course, literature, also in a way it was safe to use literature in their let's say, fight against the dominance of local clerics, because at the end, these were the fictional characters, but also they were the subjects of the Russian Empire. So they were in some of the intellectuals, in some of their, especially personal or private letters, you can see that they are not only critical of Islam or religious clerics, or they are also in some cases, interestingly, critical of the Russian colonial administrative stuff. But of course they couldn't be too public or open about their opinions of what was happening and the way how Russian colonizer treating the locals. So it was, for them, it's a little bit also challenging situation. They are, most of the case, they are very critical of their own culture, of their own people, and of the religion itself. But on the other hand, they also don't try not to be too sympathetic of the colonizers as well. In the writings of Akhundov, we don't really see that. What we can see is that he was extremely sympathetic of the European ideas and also, even I would say, in Russian imperial rule. But for the rest of them, for instance, in case of Shirvani and also Zerdabi, and also I would say,
I'm afraid you're left with no time. Please conclude.
Okay. I
I'm
think then I
sorry.
will stop here, but if there were questions, I can answer.
Thank you very much, Turkay.
Thank you.
Do the audience have any questions? To all panel. To all panel.
So I was just to our distinguished speaker who was talking about atheist theodicy. So I was just wondering, it reminded me a lot that such a thing or something similar
existed much before the scientific fiction. It was a part of ancient mythology, or if you want, the Greek drama. So in Aeschylus' Prometheus Bound, who takes Promethean myth and presents it to the Greek audience, he reinvents the story a little bit and deconstructs it in the following way. So similarly to the brother Strugatsky, Zeus decides to destroy humanity. He hates how it does, so it has to create new kind of human beings, or some beings which are like humans but better than humans. So similar to Strugatsky, but as you know, Prometheus doesn't allow him. He gives humans the knowledge, and then that creates the scene, that creates the problem. So it seems to me, if we dig deeper a little bit in the history of literature, something similar to that already exists before even the invent of the science fiction.
Okay. Thank you. You say Aeschylus? Yeah. Yeah, I'll need to look that up. Yeah, absolutely. Do you know the name of the play? Prometheus Bound. Okay, cool. I'll look that up. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's you know, it's always sometimes easy to overstate the novelty of of something. Yeah, but you know, what I've kind of really find fascinating is that you can make these discussions without kind of any reference to God, or you know, without needing this. And well, maybe this is at least a slightly novel claim. Is that therefore, you know, actually, you know, we might want to rethink what we think about theodicy as as not a theological problem, but as a secular problem, right? So that's maybe something. But yeah, thank you.
Please. Could I ask one to Olaf Blaschker? Obviously, you've been giving one side of this conflict. I wondered how the ultramontane Catholic hit back in caricaturing their opponents. And given that you've got a complex coalition of opponents, you've got Protestants, you've got secularists, you've got liberal Catholics, and you've got people who are plain nationalists. And were the ultramontanes selective in deciding how to depict the people who were targeting them?
Thank you, Hugh, for your question. It's always difficult to, I mean, most of the literature that we have, for example, about Akira Bennett, about this spatial divide, the sources are produced by liberal Protestants or non-Christians, not necessarily Jews, but not Catholics, and men. So I was wondering, how about the, let's say, Protestant women? And then I also was wondering, how about the Catholic men and how about the Catholic women? Do they, for example, agree with the idea that Catholicism is feminized? There's a little chapter about that in Bennett, saying that the Catholics said, yeah, okay, if the Protestants think they're more masculine, like the Prussians think they're more masculine than the French, and everything was gendered in the 19th century, then we agree. We are more feminine. Fine. We have Maria, and we are more, you know, emotional than the Protestants. But that doesn't mean that you need to fight us. In a good family, men and women, man and wife don't fight with each other. The male and the female part belong to each other. So you have some Catholic reactions to that. But what about the caricatures? It is, for me, still a mystery why Catholics hardly have any successful caricature journals. There's Die Bremse in Munich, made by Siegel, which was very sort of eccentric and extreme. It has a few caricatures. Some are very good. But basically the caricatures newspapers, which were very successful, Simplicissimus, Kladderadatsch, Berliner Wespen, and so on, they were either in ex-Jewish hands or in Protestant hands or in bourgeois liberal hands and so on, but not in Catholic hands. And that is interesting, though Protestantism is more oriented towards the word, the written text, yeah, and Catholicism is more oriented towards the picture. but not in the satire, not in the caricatures.
Unfortunately, can we move these questions to the lunch break? Okay, because there is no time left. Thank you very much for the presentations. We enjoyed them very much. And let us move to the coffee break to continue our discussions on the matters. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. I think we should start already, should we? So by agreement, I'm going to keep this brief. As part of our project, we have translated Professor Saul Newman's book, Political Theology, into Serbian, Montenegrin, Bosnian, Croatian, and it was an important part of the project. It is very hard to put a genre on this particular book, and I know that a debate about definition is not a great way to go about one of these panels, but even the central notion of this book, political theology, it seems to me to merit kind of explanation what it is. At any way, this is the most sustained reflection on the topic of political theology probably since Carl Schmitt published his seminal piece, and so we were very happy to have Professor Newman with us today, and Anton Markoc, who has translated Professor Newman's book, and you can take it from there, Anton.
Thanks, Feja. Thank you very much for having me here and giving me a chance to talk with Professor Newman about the book. We thought that the best way to go on with the promotion of the book is to make it interactive. So I'll be talking with Professor Newman, asking questions for, let's say, half an hour or something like that, and then we'll have the rest of it for Q&A. I think this is much more interesting for us and for you rather than just giving a presentation on one slide or another. I won't be going through the chapters of the book. I just want to say that this book is called Political Theology, Critical Introduction. And the word critical here, I think, should be emphasized because while it gives an overview of different authors who dealt with political theology, starting with Carl Schmitt, Jakob Taubes, and ending with Foucault and the presence of political theology in contemporary economics and neoliberalism, it has a clear agenda, or at least a thesis. And the thesis, if I were to put it in a nutshell, would be that this book is about religion, but not about, as you take it, but about the religion of power. So central theme is that of power. So when Nicola, our organizer, asked me to talk about the book, I was reluctant and said, okay, after all, I'm a translator. I mean, by training, I'm a philosopher, but here I'm in the role of a translator of this book. So what should I talk about? And he says, you think about who will be interested to read this book. And I think this is a good question, because after all, who are the people who are interested in political theology? Unless you are a political scientist and a philosopher, why would you be interested in political theology? And it seems to me, in my experience, when I was in, studying first political science and then I studied philosophy, usually the people who were interested in Carl Schmitt were young right-wing leaning men. And perhaps that's a coincidence, but perhaps it's not. If the thesis of this book is right, it's true, it's not. Yeah, but if political theology is a crucial relation to power, and if it's to an extent, I mean, there is a very interesting chapter in this book dealing with psychology, dealing with psychoanalysis in particular, with Freud, Lacan, and how different political notions of sovereignty, and so on, were actually representations for certain psychoanalytical notions, such as the notion of the primeval father, the superego, and so on. If this initial anecdotal evidence of mine, that is primarily young men who are interested about this question and who are right-wing leaning, then it seems to me that this thesis of the book, it being about power, explains to an extent why they would be interested in reading about Carl Schmitt. I was just wondering whether it is your experience that usually the people who are interested in political theology are coming from that
Well, it's interesting actually because I mean, increasingly Carl Schmitt is taken up by people on the radical left, like Chantal Mouffe, for instance, people who use Schmitt's ideas about the state of exception to critique, the war on terror and exceptional emergency powers, and also as a sort of a critique of, U.S. imperialism. So many thinkers on the left are quite interested in Carl Schmitt, and that kind of raises some interesting questions because I mean, Carl Schmitt was traditionally a figure of the far right. In some ways, it's like today's form of right-wing populism in a sense, although in a more sophisticated version of that. So I think, I mean, Carl Schmitt is certainly a thinker of power, authority, sovereignty. His work, Political Theology, or Politique Theology, Theology Politique rather, 1922, is still taken as sort of the touchstone for most debates in political theology. So, I mean, every reference to political theology, at least coming from political theorists, makes some kind of reference to Carl Schmitt's work. So what Carl Schmitt tried to do in this work was to, I suppose, explore the sort of the structural parallels between theological concepts like God and the miracle and political concepts or categories like, sovereignty and the state of exception. So really what he's trying to do is to understand how theology becomes secularized into modern forms of politics. But as I see it, I mean, his aim isn't to simply analyze concepts, to actually try to find some sort of metaphysical justification for the sovereign state in times of modern secularism. And he believes that the sovereign state has actually lost legitimacy, in times of, secularism, materialism, nihilism, consumerism, liberalism. And he wants to restore the luster, the charisma, if you like, of the sovereign state. And he believes that some kind of attempt to point out the sort of the theological origins, and not even just the origins, but the way in which theological concepts actually underpin and inform, in a way, haunt sovereignty, I think is really his attempt to kind of show how the sovereign state, can actually become legitimate again in these sort of times of political dissolution. So his project is fundamentally authoritarian. But as you say, my take on Carl Schmitt is a critical one. I mean, I believe that political theology has to actually move beyond this kind of sovereign-centric paradigm which Carl Schmitt situates the debate within. So, I mean, my position I take actually is from more of an anarchist position, actually. And if you read his work, I mean, Schmitt is fundamentally engaged in a debate with anarchists like Bakunin and Kropotkin. These very, well-known sort of 19th century revolutionary anarchists. And I mean, he sees anarchism as the real enemy of sovereignty, right? Because anarchists wanted to destroy the state, and he believes anarchism represented materialism, atheism, etc. So I think that's actually quite an interesting debate, which is forgotten in much Schmitt commentary. Most people see Schmitt as the enemy of liberalism, but really his main enemy, and remember that Schmitt is all about the friend-enemy distinction, his main enemy is anarchism, actually. So what I try to do is kind of use aspects of anarchist theory as a kind of a way of kind of critiquing and undermining Schmitt's paradigm. But the reason why I think Schmitt is important, and the reason why I think Schmitt is still used as a kind of a touchstone for debates around political theology is that, if you look at everything that's been happening over the past few years, the resurgence of right-wing populism, the attempt to kind of reassert a strong sovereign state, the rejection of liberalism, the rejection of globalization, the rejection of immigration and multiculturalism, all of these kind of factors kind of indicate this desire amongst many people to actually, revivify the sovereign state, even though sovereignty doesn't really exist, I don't think, in this kind of contemporary globalized era. So Schmitt, the ghost of Carl Schmitt continues to haunt our political imagination. But maybe it's time the spectre was exorcised.
Taking on your point on debate between Carl Schmitt, or better not to say debate, but at least the attack on Bakunin and the anarchist.
Yeah.
An interesting point, which you make several times in the book, is that also the left-wing ideologies, most famously, of course, Marxism, but also other strands of left-wing movements, when they are trying to justify a complete alternative to this authoritarian right-wing view themselves often very frequently fall into the trap of using the political theology vocabulary.
Yes, that's right. And indeed, even anarchism kind of falls into its own kind of political theological trap. One of the interesting things that Schmidt points out is the way that anarchism also. I mean, if you read Bakunin, and actually interestingly, just as an aside, the term political theology actually comes not from Carl Schmitt but from Mikhail Bakunin. In the mid-19th century, he wrote an essay called "The Political Theology of Giuseppe Mazzini," the great Italian statesman. And so Bakunin argued that Mazzini's kind of Republican nationalism also drew upon elements of Christianity, and which he was very much opposed to. But interestingly, I mean, someone like Bakunin, he's so anti-religion, he's so anti-Christianity, he actually ends up invoking Satanism or Satan as this kind of radical figure of liberation. So in a way, you can see how anarchism kind of also, because of its extreme irreligiosity, its extreme atheism, it also also becomes another kind of theology in a strange kind of way. So yes, I mean, so maybe political theology is a temptation which all political ideologies risk falling into. In other words, depending upon metaphysical concepts. Even very materialist philosophies actually perhaps depend ultimately upon some kind of sort of metaphysical notion which is close to theology.
Connected to that is I'm a little bit jumping from chapter to chapter, but I'm trying to follow the discussion that we are having here. So on the last point of view, that even the materialistic views and the ideologies which are based on them have certain kind of theological vocabulary hidden behind, or at least implicit in them. One chapter is devoted to different neoliberal or to the economic theology. So the theology of contemporary productivity, and you even say that all of us who are living under the neoliberal paradigm and who are all into the productivity are very frequently behaving as if we are the Calvinist ascets.
Yes.
And even though, of course, not very frequently, not consciously, we are not doing that, but we are assuming a certain ways of behavior, certain ways of thinking, which in a way have their origin in Calvinism or in certain different kinds of Protestant ascetic movements.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, Walter Benjamin wrote a little essay called Capitalism as Religion. And he argued that capitalism was really the only religion going today. Actually, when you think about capitalism, it's a series of rituals which we perform with a kind of a religious fervor in the same way that we might have done religion several centuries ago. And I suppose you could say the same thing about consumerism. These are really the only kind of universal religions which kind of bear all of the structure and all the kind of like the psychic structure too, if you like, of religious practice. I mean, recently there's been quite a lot of studies which attempt to trace the genealogy of capitalism and indeed neoliberalism back to Christianity. I think of people like Giorgio Agamben, for instance, and his work on economic theology. So yes, I mean, I suppose this is why I find sort of political and economic theology interesting, because it's a way of understanding contemporary phenomena which seem very secular and seem very sort of materialist in many ways, but ultimately kind of draw upon religious categories and religious ways of thinking in ways of which we're not even quite conscious of. So we perform certain kinds of rituals of consumerism and working and so on, which can be traced back to to religious belief systems.
I found a kind of a parallel between what you say in the conclusion or the epilogue, where you invoke St. Francis and provide a certain positive ways out of the this dominant political theological way of thinking about the world, if you want, with the work of Agamben in another book of his, this The Highest Poverty, I think is translated in English. So where he looks in different kind of this Franciscan orders and different kind of basically the Franciscan worldview as a way of rebuilding oneself and the relation with other people. So not to avoid authority and the state by invoking another state or the destruction of the state, but to work inside of the institutions, as it were. And you say that it's basically the original Christian project. So not to destroy institution, but to get to build different kind of relations.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Yes, no, I mean, I certainly draw on certain aspects of even, mystical Christianity and mystical Judaism too, actually, try to think of ways beyond or outside of the kind of the economic and political theology paradigm that we're sort of caught in. But no, the whole project of the Franciscans, of course, was to kind of develop autonomous institutions and practices which are kind of outside of the direct control of the Catholic Church. I mean, what Agamben argues in The Highest Poverty is that because the Franciscan, or actually the monastic way of life also was so rigorously ordered. You know, every kind of moment of the day was kind of controlled and regulated. That this was actually a way of how should I put it? A way of kind of exercising a certain kind of spiritual and ascetic self-discipline, which allowed these practitioners to kind of I suppose build their own kind of autonomous ways of life, their own autonomous communities. And so Agamben sees this as potentially a sort of a kind of a something like a kind of a liberatory or emancipatory project of some kind. But it is about kind of autonomy, developing autonomous practices, rather than simply imagining that you can sort of free yourself by overthrowing the sovereign state.
Yes, so he would say different forms of life.
Exactly, that's right. Yes, different forms of life.
Different forms of
right.
life. So one figure that features in your book, perhaps the only one to whom you have a positive view, is Stirner.
Yes.
So Stirner comes as a figure who, although you criticize to a certain extent, there are certain concepts which he proposes which you think are useful, such as the concept of rebellion or resistance in his understanding, which you think can be used as, I mean, perhaps not in that sense, but we can build upon that concept in our contemporary political discourse. I was just wondering whether you can a little bit say why Stirner is so important.
You know, the ghost of Max Stirner comes to haunt Carl Schmitt in his prison cell. He writes about this in his prison memoirs, Ex Captivati Salus. So after the Second World War, he was imprisoned in an Allied, because Schmitt became a Nazi jurist, right? So, but anyway, in his prison memoirs, he talks about how the ghost of Max Stirner comes to visit him, and I mean, Max Stirner is not a terribly well-known philosopher. He's one of the kind of the radical young Hegelians. But if you read The Ego in Its Own, I think you'll find there's many radical concepts like the insurrection, like the idea of ownness. So Max Stirner's whole notion of the insurrection is about sort of working oneself out of power, working oneself out of the trap of power by developing new forms of subjectivity, new ways of life. It's a very kind of interesting idea. I mean, usually it's associated with a certain kind of individualist anarchism, that I think is actually much more interesting than this. And the project of ownness is once again to reject the whole ideology of humanism, which he regards as simply another form of Christianity, and to stop measuring ourselves according to a certain kind of idealized notion of what man is, or what the human is, or what morality is, and to kind of develop one's own kind of ways of living and so on, which are sort of entirely outside of these he would regard as kind of religious and sacralized categories. So I mean, he's one of the many avenues one can take, I think, to kind of escape from the trap of political theology. And I recommend you all read him.
So someone critical of your position could force the following argument. They can say, that's all very nice, and transformation of oneself, building different kind of relations on the basis of, let's say, giving inspirations from Franciscan order or from Stirner and others. But if you look deeply into all of these examples of getting out of the trap of political theology, they didn't come out of the air, right? So Franciscans, although they were opposed to the official church, they were still part of the church.
Yes.
Stirner didn't just appear miraculously like that in the German society. There were certain predecessors and certain contexts in which he was working.
Of course.
So someone could say, can we really build those new concepts, these new relations, this transformation of oneself, unless we back it up with some whole framework, with a whole set of ideas, with this whole set of values, like it was before in Christianity? Or someone could say, it's very easy to be critical of Marxism because it had all of this baggage and messianic view of the world or whatever. But what you are proposing cannot work unless we have this framework. So someone could voice that kind of argument.
I mean, I suppose that's true. I mean, I suppose if you want to transform social relations, you need some kind of framework. But I think so. The point that Max Stirner would make is that any kind of revolution that starts with us. I mean, he would say that we are power, we are the state. We as individuals sort of make up these kinds of social relations which dominate us, and the reason why they dominate is because we turn them into abstractions, which we kind of regard as being so powerful that we can't really do anything about them. But we need to somehow work ourselves out of power before we can actually transform broader social relations, right? So he would say, it starts with the individual first, with the figure that he called the ego, even though it's kind of a slightly awkward translation of the concept that he's getting at. But yeah, so the insurrection starts with a form of self-transformation first, and then we can develop new systems and social structures, of course.
It's very interesting that this idea of self-transformation, from my reading experience, pops up in two authors who say pretty much exactly the same thing, like Stirner, who both were in Gulag. So Solzhenitsyn and Shalamov.
Right.
So both of them say if you want transformation, you don't want to rebuild the system, what you want is to rebuild yourself.
Yes.
And both of them are basically were the prisoners and suffered in all their life writing literature, Gulag literature, and everything else. So is it that you first have to suffer the power to realize that you have to transform yourself rather than to oppose the power?
Yes, I suppose that's true. I mean, Stirner talks about these very extreme cases where even even someone in the situation of slavery can nevertheless be his own, in the sense that he can be his own master, even though he is objectively mastered by other people. But it's it's a bit like this idea that to liberate yourself from external oppression, you first need to somehow master yourself. You need to discipline yourself somehow. There's no freedom without self-discipline. So I think but the idea is to not simply stop there. You need to also try to remove these kinds of external constraints as well.
So we have half an hour more, so I thought it would be very good if we give a little bit more time to question and answer session rather than just 20 minutes. Yeah.
Shall we open the floor?
So thank you for this discussion. And just the first question, who's going to read it? Well, theologians, love the subjects. And my students, they still read political theology. It's part of the standard curriculum for theologians because they need to at least grasp this. And in my experience, it's both right wing and left wing radicals who love it.
Yes.
Yeah, food for thought. What I was going to ask you, Saul, is that I have observed among the theologians of my generation, a bit older, than there is this revival of political theology amongst them. And perhaps William Kavanagh, there is this very strong anti-state kind of theology in which you criticize the state for being the sovereign and taking the religious power away. And there is this idea to rethink church or Christianity, perhaps with the Franciscans, away from the... And now you're already nodding because the question was, is that your experience as well?
No, absolutely.
Is
I
there
mean,
a new paradigm coming from the theologians of the next generation?
So, I mean, the whole debate about political theology has evolved in quite radical ways since Schmitt's time, and obviously after the wake of Auschwitz and the failures of totalitarianism, which in a way Schmitt's political theology is kind of in a way inextricably associated with. So post-war theology, particularly things like liberation theology in the 1960s, which kind of drew upon elements of resistance to colonialism. And I mean, my paper tomorrow is going to be about Jürgen Moltmann, the Protestant theologian he really developed a very kind of radical critique of Carl Schmitt. And so he had this notion that the church must play a role in politics, must have some kind of must have some kind of public presence. The church, it can't simply be about like a privatized belief system, because he believed that the privatization of religion was something which kind of allowed Nazism and fascism to develop. So he argued that religion has to play a more prominent role in politics, but not necessarily being involved with the state, but being involved in social movements, in emancipatory forms of politics, and kind of anti-racism, in ecological struggles for social justice. So that way of thinking is also very influenced by Marxism. Something about J.B. Metz, for instance. And so I think there's been this very interesting kind of alignment between certain aspects, certain strands of Christian theology, but also other religions as well, and social movements and the politics of emancipation. So I think that's becoming increasingly the new direction for political theology, and this is a response to Schmitt, of course, critical response to Schmitt. So yeah, I totally agree with you.
Thank you, Professor, for coming and for this experience, because I'm really honored to have the opportunity to talk about this subject, because it's been haunting me, political theology, but when I come to think of it, it was not first by reading Schmitt, but by reading Dostoevsky, and I have seen that, for example, there is this, in the Demons, the character Kirillov, who says, I cannot explain it, but if there is no God, I am a God, and this is like a law, basically, which drives, when you see the whole Dostoevsky's political theory, which Carl Schmitt even recognized in one of his books, which was rare. He had this debate with Dostoevsky, meaning post-mortem in this Roman Catholicism and political form. But, it was funny to me because reading a lot of political theories, which you mentioned, how will we recover Europe? How will we, I don't know, make the society new again? And you read some Protestants, and they are saying, oh, we need to go back to original Protestantism. And then Catholics, they say we need to reestablish this relation, as you said, the influence of the church must be redefined. But then I was always outframed by this basically maybe radical view of Dostoevsky when he says, when he talks, and you see he puts in one bracket everything. Protestantism, Jesuitism, Roman Catholicism. He says it all started with the Pope, and the whole history of the Western Europe and the fall. In the Great Inquisitor, he makes this. You say when he says we felt the devil's third temptation, we sold out to the devil, and now the devil runs the world. And this is something which I think is interesting today, because this strain of thought, which is messianism, of one sort, it is present even today when you see in Russia, to say in the most recent era, not in the form which maybe Dostoevsky would have put it as an obviously orthodox stance, but it is now framed in the essence. You see God versus evil, and you can see it in the public speeches. We are fighting against evil forces, Satan. So I think that today this political theology is actually maybe not at the margins of maybe interest political, but at the very center of the world politics at some extent. It certainly plays a role. So I just wanted to bring this impression of mine to the table and maybe hear yours.
Yeah, I mean, I think I partly agree, actually. I mean, I think political theology has, and also this whole kind of this friend-enemy struggle, the moralization of politics. I mean, these things have, I think, come back in political discourse. I mean, populism is a form of political theology, isn't it? The sacralization of the people are good, the elites are bad, or the minorities are bad. This kind of moralization of the political field has come back in the renewed desire for sovereignty, for the strong national identity, strong borders. A simplification, I think, of political discourse. The rejection of the global order, the rejection of the kind of the liberal order. I mean, this is kind of aspects of a kind of return of political theology, because people are kind of wondering what actually fills the empty place of power. See, I mean, the whole argument book that I make actually is that with the collapse of the kind of the theological world in the 16th century, different political forms have tried to fill this kind of empty place of power, which was left vacant by the church. And in some ways, power of theology or power of religion gets absorbed by the state, right? So sovereignty becomes kind of reanimated by religious thinking and theological concepts. But now it seems to me that in the era of globalization, the notion of the state or the sovereign state is actually much less clear, isn't it? But I think many of the dynamics which we see existing today, particularly right-wing populism, is the attempt to kind of it's response to the crisis of the state. I think on the crisis of sovereignty. So no, I agree. Political theology is, and it has to be taken seriously, I think, as being at the very center of political debates now. So yeah.
Hello, my name is Vuk. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to read the book either in original or the translation. But as you were talking about the kind of growing out of power or getting out of the trap of power, and I was looking at the image, and I believe this is St. Paul, right? And he's kind of the guy, because of him, we're actually talking about kind of political theology, right? And actually, by a very kind of tragic twist of fate, because the very thing that he hoped the most would happen, the second coming, didn't happen, and the things that he was kind of giving as theological advice on what to do until the second kind of coming happens, like obey your husbands, don't resist your masters, because this wicked order is going to end, very soon. All of a sudden became kind of the proppings of this very order.
Yes.
And Paul, by this very kind of wicked twist of fate, becomes the kind of the apologist of the very thing that he thought diabolical, demonic, and actually abolished through Christ's kind of resurrection, and soon to be fully destroyed by his kind of second coming. And it doesn't help. It doesn't happen at all.
No.
And what I'm trying to get at is like to kind of think about the problem in political theology from the perspective of a Paul, who is
right, no, very interesting actually. So sorry, the argument actually that can be made in regards to Paul, and this is kind of what Carl Schmitt makes actually, is that is the idea of the catechon. Have you heard of this notion of the catechon? So the catechon is, in Christian eschatology, right? You have before the second coming of Christ, you have this figure called the Antichrist, and the Antichrist is like a false prophet, the one who but the one who kind of gets into positions of power. And there's been various understandings of what the Antichrist is. Some, Protestants said the church in Rome was the Antichrist. The Christian evangelicals believe that the international liberal order, the United Nations, is the Antichrist, and so on. So Paul actually in the I think it's the Thessalonians, he talks about this figure called the catechon, and it's very unclear what the catechon actually is. But the catechon is known as the restrainer, the one who actually delays the coming of the Antichrist, but therefore also delays the coming of the second coming of Christ, because there's a certain kind of sequence of events. So the catechon delays the Antichrist, which then delays the second coming of Christ. Now, if we associate the second coming of Christ with the end of all worldly political orders, the end of the state, and that's the emancipatory reading of the second coming of Christ, which Jacob Taubes, the Jewish the rabbi Jacob Taubes, who wrote a very interesting essay on Paul, and he basically said that Paul's thinking was actually quite revolutionary. And Paul was really talking about like the destruction of the Roman Empire, the destruction of the political order. This figure of the catechon, right, delays this whole sort of sequence of events. And Carl Schmitt was actually very interested in the catechon, and he believed that various political entities actually take on the role of the catechon. So first it was the Roman Empire, then it was the kind of the medieval order, then there was the sort of the Germanic Empire, and so on. So we can understand the catechon as being the sovereign state. The sovereign state is something which restrains anarchy. And interestingly, if you look at his idea of the state of exception, it's almost like the state, the sovereign rather, has to become anarchic in order to actually prevent the coming anarchy. In other words, the sovereign has to sort of unleash itself from the rule of law. It has to be able to kind of rule in an exceptional manner, beyond all kind of constitutional regulations, precisely in order to prevent the revolution, right? So the catechon is always a counter-revolutionary figure. And so in some ways, conservative political theology is always associated with this notion of the catechon as a way of delaying the coming anarchy, right? So it sounds a bit complicated, but that's really all I can say on the matter, actually. But I mean, Paul is actually very important, I think, to this whole notion of political theology, because Paul, if you read him, I mean, he's a kind of a revolutionary. He's saying, you know, okay, he's basically what he's trying to do is he's trying to sort of say, yes, there will be a second coming. That would be the end of empire, the end of the whole kind of political order. We have to be a little bit patient. Okay, we have to sort of, you know, sort of restrain our enthusiasm because it's going to happen, but just don't get too excited just yet. But there's different readings of Paul, right? So one is certainly a revolutionary reading of St. Paul.
So I got the microphone again because I actually want to pick up on some of the themes
Right.
that were touched on, and we're just editing a volume on Russian and Ukrainian theology in light of the war.
Right. Yeah.
And I think one of the most interesting part is in Russian philosophical thinking with Alexander Dugin, among others, that you see the catacon return as a figure.
Right.
And this unleashing of power within the Putin regime is framed as this catacon.
Yes.
So in a sense, the war is really framed with, you know, the Pauline themes. But what I also found interesting was among the Ukrainians that you see liberation theology return.
Interesting.
This whole idea about colonialism, about the slavery, about the empire that was developed in South Africa and by, you know, the Germans, Dietrich Bonhoeffer among others, are suddenly the voices the Ukrainian use to frame their fights against the Russians.
Yes.
So there is this returning of those themes within, you know, Orthodox theology.
Yes, that's right.
But have you seen the catacon as a? I know it rise in Carl Schmitt, but it seems like it vanished in the 1960s, and now it's some sort of returning in Russian theology. But have you seen the catacon reappearing elsewhere? Because it is such a interesting figure that is so closely associated when we talk about revolution or changing of powers and that kind of themes.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, there's different readings of the catacon, actually. I mean, it's often seen as a kind of a sort of a conservative figure, so it's something which kind of, you know, it restrains the coming disorder. It protects the existing order, protects the status quo against its enemies. I've actually published another book on political theology just recently, where I kind of try to come up with a more positive understanding of the catacon. Because I think partly to be radical today is to also try to preserve some elements of, you know, like the natural environment. I mean, there has to be, you know, there is a certain kind of need for a certain notion of conservation against this completely nihilistic sort of, you know, sort of capitalist machine, which is, you know, which is completely out of control, which is simply destroying every last, you know, element of the natural environment. So we need to actually step on the brakes, it seems to me. We need to, as Walter Benjamin would say, pull the emergency brake to stop the locomotive of progress. Maybe we need a different kind of catacon, which actually has quite radical implications. So we need a little bit of anarchy, but not too much. A little bit, not too much.
Thank you. This question will be more like historical because I noticed, for example, when you read, of course, I know Thomas Carlyle and so, and when you read CS, those anti-revolutionaries, they had a pretty theological view of the events. They were saying this is CS. He says the master. He says this is a satanic revolution. He has this very outlook of it, and also you see, for example, resurfacing, as you said, in the 20th century, but still people have this feeling like political theology. This is some new discipline, new paradigm of observing things. But I was wondering, you know, it's obviously not new, but at one point it fell down the surface. And can you maybe tell us from your experience, how did this happen that this way of understanding at one point stopped being active and then started being active again?
Well, the notion of political theology, you know? I mean, it's always, you know, it's always kind of been there, actually. Perhaps it's had lived a more of a subterranean kind of existence, perhaps. But I mean, I see it as really kind of underpinning many of the major debates in 20th century politics. and this is, this is what political theology is. It's a way in which, in a way, theological thinking kind of informs it in quite sort of, subterranean, imperceptible ways. The very way in which we do politics, way in which we understand sovereignty and political commitment and so on. I mean, I suppose, well, it's become more prominent partly because of the renewed interest in Carl Schmitt, I would say, which is, relatively recent, the past couple of decades. Interestingly, from the left, actually, whereas he was traditionally always a figure of the right. But so yeah, I mean, I think more and more people are kind of reading Schmitt. I guess that's really, but like I said, I think it also sort of ties in with much of what's going on in the contemporary world. I would say, particularly the kind of the populist insurgency that we're witnessing at the moment. That, in a way, that comes directly out of Schmitt's playbook. This idea of the sacred people, the leader who speaks for the people, without mediation, the rejection of parliamentary democracy, the rejection of liberal values like the rule of law. I mean, this is like Carl Schmitt being rehabilitated, actually, and it's really coming out in this kind of populist discourse that we're seeing right now, authoritarian populism.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Marco Ventura, University of Siena. My question goes to the translator. To go back. What was the main challenge in the translation? Which expressions or terminology were particularly difficult for you to translate?
Translating Italians.
Was there a conversation with the author, sort of feeding you back on something more beyond the original text about what he actually meant that you needed for the translation?
Thank you very much for this question. Rarely people see the job of translation as relevant, but as one elderly translator from English to our language told me a long time ago when I started the job of translation, the best translators are those when you read the book, you do not have a sense that it's written in another language. You have a sense that it's written in your own language. If you read a book which was originally published in English and you see the English language there, you did a bad job. If you have a sense that it's written in your language, you did a good job. So translator, in a way, has the job of rewriting the book, of course, staying as close as possible to the original. Now, what was the difficult part? Well, there are different ways in which some parts were difficult, some parts were easy. This is a philosophical book. Yeah, it's an introduction, but almost on every page there are philosophical arguments. And for some who are not well versed in philosophy, I guess some other translator, I was lucky to have knowledge in philosophy, to have education in philosophy, so that part was not difficult. There are certain parts which are difficult because the authors which Professor Newman cites are themselves writing difficultly. I jokingly said Italians were difficult, so translating Agamben was more difficult than translating Professor Newman's work, because not because he writes in some difficult English or some difficult Italian. I speak a little bit of Italian, so I could read the original. It's because even in Italian it sounds awkward, very awkward. So you have to really put yourself into his mindset. A lot of double meanings. So if you translate something literally, it will come out badly, and then you will be responsible because everyone will say, "Yeah, but in original it's better," because because of the translation is bad. But if you read it in the original, then you would understand it. I don't speak German, so I don't know whether there is a huge difference between Carl Schmitt in German and Carl Schmitt in English. But here is a joke about translation in German. When I was studying philosophy, we had a lot of I had a lot of German peers, and they said, "Do you know that we don't read Immanuel Kant in German? The groundwork." Because we did a course the whole semester. Groundwork of the Metaphysical Morals is a very short book. It's less than 100 pages. Said, why don't you read it in German if it is? But it's easier in English. So the translator does a good job of cutting Immanuel Kant's sentences, which are usually the whole page, and then he transferred it into English by, you know, removing it and making it in short paragraphs, and it's very easy to read. Now, how close that is to the original is, of course, the big question. But I think that the job of translator, the primary job of translator, is to make the text such that it's easy for the general reader in that language, not to see that it's written in another language, but to read it as if it is written by his mother tongue. Perhaps someone can pick up on the difference between Carl Schmitt in German and in English, if you can compare, if you speak German. But that my experience with English language and with Russian language, which I also speak a little bit of Italian, is to see these kind of differences. Another difficulty, of course, was certain authors which are quoted in this book are from 19th centuries, for example, Bakunin. And now I'm translating another book where professors, it's called Territories of Science and Religion, Peter Hyson, who's quoting 60th centuries, you know, historians of science, Robert Boyle, Isaac Newton, and so on, who write in their English language is completely different than contemporary English language. So then there is a question for the translator. Which kind of your own language are you going to translate these kind of citations? Are you going to translate Bakunin in 19th century Montenegrin language? Or are you going to translate him in contemporary Montenegrin language? I try to be a little bit archaic in this way. And then when we sent the text to the editor said, what kind of thing is this? What are these words? What is this? I can't understand. Well, I said, it's 19th century Bakunin. Check the Russian original. In the Russian original, it's like that. So if you really want, you know, that citation which is close, then. But let me not talk only about the problems. I also had benefits. I certainly benefited from different kind of translators of certain original texts which I had in my home library. Marx, Hegel, and others. God forbid translating Hegel from English or from German into my. I didn't want to do that, so I closely followed the already existing translations, and there is a citation from there, so from Marx, from Hegel, from other authors who are already translated. Unfortunately, we don't have many of the books which are cited in this book translated, so I had to do the job for the first time. But when we had, I closely followed the already existing translations when they were good. In most cases, they were good. Interestingly, they were only very bad in case of Thomas Hobbes. I think that ours and both the Croatian translation of Thomas Hobbes is just missing the original completely. So I think if you need to read Hobbes, read it in English. Yeah. Don't it's just completely missing the whole point. Even the arguments are missing there. So I had to translate those citations which are from Hobbes anew.
But I think the question was whether or not there was any sort of back and forth between me as the author and the translator. But and to answer your question, there wasn't actually. But I trust you've done a good job. I'm sure you have.
If I can get back to the getting out of the trap of political theology, I think it's worth mentioning two figures from the epilogue, which appear. So one is Jacques Ellul, who is giving us Ellul. So Ellul's anti-technological worldview, and another one is our ex-Yugoslav Croatian priest Ivan Ilić, who many people don't read in post-Yugoslavian space, but he's having resurgences, I see, in the English-speaking world, and even some important figures in philosophy, such as Charles Taylor, are frequently quoting Ivan Ilić. So I was just wondering if you can just say a few words about those two characters, because they're not that well known. I mean, Ellul maybe, but Ilić is not that well known, and yet I think it's a very interesting figure.
I mean, Ilić is quite well known in some circles, of course. I mean, both thinkers are similar in their critique of the religion of techniques. The religion of technology, the over-reliance of technology, and the way in which certain forms of technology are kind of dominating our lives in various ways. So I mean, Ilul was writing back in the 1960s, Illich, I guess, in the 70s. Both were interested in the way in which certain forms of technology were destroying human freedom, in a way robbing us of the ability to educate ourselves, to look after our own sort of healthcare. So, I mean, Illich wrote a book called Tools for Conviviality, and he was advocating for certain forms of, sort of human-friendly technology, not technology which is so out of control that it sort of dominates our lives and so on. So I think, and as you mentioned, Ivan Illich was a former Catholic priest, and so so they're talking about the way in which technology becomes a certain kind of religion, right? Becomes a sort of metaphysical system. And it's something which kind of leads to the abstraction of human life, right? And I think, if you look in the the contemporary world of big tech and social media, and something, you can see this being played out, can't you? So I think I mean I think technological theology is one of the things that I talk about. This book as another form of contemporary power, which we need to try to come to terms with. And obviously, I'm lots of advocating the destruction of technology. What would that mean? But I suppose it's a certain kind of way of controlling technology such that it becomes human once again.
If nobody else has a question, I do have a question. And I want to pick up on something that you said about populism as a kind of prominent contemporary expression of this kind of influx of theological thinking in politics. Isn't it interesting that populism does not have an eschatology? Unlike the kind of 20th century political religions, which had very kind of defined views of what will happen once the the kingdom comes, kind of once politics brings the redemption in this world. It's either going to be 1,000 years strike or some kind of classless society. Populism does not seem to have a clear vision of what's going to happen once the people triumph over the elite.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have an eschatology, but it has messianism. So I mean, Poppy's leader is a bit like the Messiah who's going to kind of lead
This is actually quite similar to how your standard kind of apocalyptic cult actually evolves, right? So if you look at the Anabaptists who take over Münster, right, and institute this theocratic regime, which completely fails, right, because now they had to implement what they promised, right, the kingdom of God. So there seems to be actually in kind of all kind of apocalyptic eschatological movements exactly that. Once they come into power, they either fail spectacular or they revert back to kind of a kind of more gentle theology. So basically, what's happened with Protestantism, right? Most most kind of radical Protestantism start off as this kind of populist movement, right? They establish themselves as the dominant church within at least one particular locality, and then over at least a century or so become the established church with much less populist message, right? So the Puritans became the congregationalists in Boston, right, in Connecticut. Now congregationalists are kind of the kind of equivalent of the warm handshake kind of Anglicanism in America, and other churches like the Pentecostalists have taken the fervent flavor from the original purists, right? And there seems to be this kind of crop rotation almost as apocalyptic cults become established churches and then lose the apocalypticism. I wonder whether that's actually exactly what happens with populism.
Yeah, I mean, populism does buy into a certain kind of apocalyptic discourse, or at least what we might call a crisis narrative. Everything is on the verge of crisis or destruction, because of immigration or because of whatever. And therefore, the populist leader is one who will resolve the crisis. So yeah, I mean, it does have a certain kind of apocalypticism. But so also to modern environmentalists. You look at the Extinction Rebellion in the UK. Your idea that you're going to go extinct in certain kind of apocalyptic ways, which I think they'll mobilize in order to remind people of the climate crisis. If you read the book of Revelation, it reads just like modern contemporary environmental crisis. So maybe there's an element of apocalypticism in all kind of contemporary it's sort of like a problem. Yeah, the end of times.
I think that's it. We've we can conclude the panel. Thank you all.
Reached the end of times.
Yes, the eschaton of this particular panel has come. And thank you all. Now we're. I think this concludes the first day, and we shall reconvene here tomorrow morning, I believe, with the next panel. Thank you all very much, and thank